Everyone's talking about America getting back to building. Robots everywhere, fighter jets in the sky. A sense of American dynamism has swept this country. But what does that mean for the most important technology of all that nobody seems to be talking about? Money, your economic freedom. Who's innovating that? Who's making the sci-fi robot hologram brain implant version of the dollar bill? Who's sending your jar of pennies into orbit and landing it on the other side of the planet without a scratch? It's crypto. If you want to build the future, it starts with money from the future. If it powers the world, it'll be powered by crypto.
Please welcome your host for State of Crypto Summit 2025, John D'Agostino.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I am thrilled to be here and emceeing the third annual State of Crypto. We're honored to have over 600 leaders across finance, technology, policy, and media. And for the first time ever, we're live streaming to thousands tuning in around the world. So to all the speakers, if you weren't nervous before, buckle up. Now look, my job as MC is to kind of keep the pace moving, keep it light. So normally I would start off with a very kind of just ease you into the event. I think we have a video though, and probably should be pretty low key. So let's kick us off.
A very big hello to everyone at the Coinbase State of Crypto Summit. I'm delighted to speak to some of the greatest visionaries and pioneers in the fields of tech and finance who are working to build a future powered by crypto. Many have called me the first crypto president. That's an honor. I really do consider that a very big honor, actually. And starting on day one, we ended the Biden administration's war on crypto. It was an absolute war and very unfair. And we unleashed American innovators to do what you do best, lead the world into new frontiers. We ended Operation Choke Point 2.0. I created the first presidential working group on digital assets. I named a pro-freedom, pro-innovation SEC chair, a great man named Paul Atkins. And we created the U.S. Strategic Bitcoin Reserve and the United States Digital Asset Stockpile. But we are not done yet. My administration is working with Congress to pass the Genius Act, supporting the creation of dollar-backed stablecoins. And we also will be working to create clear and simple market frameworks that will allow America to dominate the future of crypto and Bitcoin. Congratulations to everyone at this exciting time in your industry and in our country's life. I wish you all the best of luck and have a great conference.
I want to thank our incredible policy team for constructing the most monumental upstage of anyone ever in history. John, MC, and follow the president. That's great. Now, State of Crypto has become a cornerstone event for the industry, a place where the biggest names tackle the most pivotal questions of the day and help set the agenda for months ahead. Last year, we heard from PayPal, Google, ARK Invest, St. Jude, others. We gathered these extraordinary companies together to discuss how the crypto industry, including all of you in this room, is leading the charge to revolutionize and democratize finance for the entire world. Now, we did this in a decidedly different political and regulatory environment. So we gather again at a pretty defining moment for crypto. 52 million Americans own crypto and use it for faster, cheaper payment systems. Now, this is a striking stat in its own right, even more so when you consider that according to NASDAQ, that's about the same number of Americans who have purposely purchased a share of stock. Now, these American crypto owners made their voice heard in the last election, and as a result, regulation in the US has shifted from a headwind to a tailwind. Governments around the world are recognizing that crypto has a huge role to play in the economy of the future. Legislating is very hard work, but what's happening, hopefully pretty soon, on the Genius and Clarity Act, reminds us how seriously both sides of the aisle are taking this. Good crypto policy and collaboration are essential for our future. Now, despite all of this good news, all of this change, our mission here at Coinbase remains the same: to increase economic freedom in the world and get 1 billion people on chain. Now, everyone here is going to help us do that, and today's conversations will be focused entirely around that mission: to innovate across investment and capital formation. And we have a ton in store for you today. We're going to discuss the future of money, stablecoins, payments, consumer utility, institutional adoption, the policy landscape surrounding everything. We're going to hear from a really great lineup of speakers, including Jeremy Allaire from Circle. I think he has something to celebrate. I'm not sure. Saquon Barkley, Philadelphia Eagles. Rob Goldstein, a little startup called BlackRock. Legendary tech investor Philippe Lafont. Now, Philippe, I'm not sure where you are, but actually one of my first jobs was working for Philippe's competitor hedge fund, and I was tasked with deconstructing his alpha. He's frustratingly good. We're going to have Toby Lutke from Shopify and Coinbase board member, and then last but certainly not least, the brilliant Chairman Carolyn Pham of the CFTC, as well as a ton of others. So I strongly encourage you to tune in at 2:15 for our Coinbase product showcase. This is something we've never done before, and we're super excited about. You do not want to miss it. Okay, a couple of housekeeping items. In order of importance, restrooms are located on this level to the left of the main stage. That's my right, your left. The Wi-Fi network, the emergency exits are located on either side of me. I'm realizing now this crowd's probably the only one that would prioritize Wi-Fi over restrooms and emergency exits, so sorry about that. The Wi-Fi network is SOC 2025, and the password is Future of Money with a capital F. Please, please, please tag Coinbase on all socials, reference State of Crypto, and unless you have a really interesting ringtone, like Kermit the Frog singing Kesha, like really, really funny and cool, please turn off your phones or set them to silent out of respect for our speakers. Okay, tons to be excited about in crypto in general for this year, big year. Now probably the big story, the big scalable use case story though, has been stablecoins. So I can't think of a better way to kick things off than to introduce the first fireside chat with our CEO, Brian Armstrong, Circle CEO Jeremy Allaire, and Lulu Meservey on the transformative power of stablecoins. Please help me welcome our first panel.
All right, everybody. Welcome. Great to see you all. Jeremy, Brian, good to see you. Let's get right into it. You both started your companies a year apart, over a decade ago. Kind of similar missions, economic freedom, economic prosperity. You've walked a lot of similar paths. Today you have a lot of shared business and the same barber. And I thought it might be fun to take us on a little throwback.
Same outfit, too. Yeah.
We coordinated.
You got a great shoe dealer for the two of you. And take us on a throwback of where you started and how you came to intertwine and bring us to today.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jeremy, please start.
Yeah, so I guess we got started 12 years ago, so a little bit after Brian and Fred. And it was a very different time then, and I have a couple of anecdotes, which is, first, the kind of the vision that we had, the mission that we had, we still feel like that's what we're doing today, and that's really rewarding to get to a point where that is the case. But when I talked to any investor, anyone else, like basically said, I want to build a new global monetary system based on crypto and digital currency, and I think it can change the way the international monetary structure works and improve the world in all these ways. Obviously, a lot of people didn't believe that, and in fact, I couldn't get an auditing firm. I couldn't get insurance. I couldn't get bank accounts. I was lucky that I had taken 2 companies public and was a successful entrepreneur, and so like I was eventually able to get bank accounts. But like, it was amazing to me that like literally you'd walk in a room with an insurance company and they were literally like, we're not even sure we're allowed to have this meeting. Like it's that crazy. And another little anecdote, which is kind of again sign of the times, which is before I actually formed the company and before like investors who came along with me were willing to put any money in the company, I personally hired this group, Promontory Financial Group, which is sort of looks at laws and regulations and stuff. And basically the question is like, is what I want to do even legal? Like will me and my investors like go to jail because
That's a good question.
Like, building something on top of this technology and so on. And so like those were the questions and those were the issues from 12 years ago. It's obviously very, very different today. Yeah, I think the kind of mission vision of building a fully reserved dollar digital currency that could run as protocols on the internet, we're sort of finally getting there.
And now you can get bank accounts. Sweet.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're actually banked, it's true.
Yeah, that's nice.
We had a lot of crazy stories like that from the beginning as well. I remember calling, like kind of cold calling banks and saying like, hey, we'd love to get an account open. I remember this one woman on the phone, she's like, we do not work with crypto companies. Click. She just hung up on me right away. I remember going in to meet with, we actually worked with Promontory too, and they would shepherd us into these meetings with people in government. I met this one member of Congress, and I kind of sat there patiently, tried to explain the whole crypto thing, and at the end of the meeting, he was like, so this is some kind of like video game you're building, right? And
Sounds like you're a good communicator.
yeah, exactly. So there was a lot of weird moments early on, and very few people believed that this was possible. And so I think that's kind of the nature of entrepreneurship. You have to have a contrarian idea that's right and be willing to get 99 no's for every one yes, and then hopefully you are right. You're not. Sometimes people aren't, but you got to try it.
So speaking of entrepreneurship and being absolute gluttons for pain and punishment, suffering, tears, you both chose a much harder path than you could have chosen. You chose the harder path, longer path, doing things the right way, checking the boxes, being regulated. And I'd love to hear about why you chose that path and how you think about trade-offs between adoption and moving really fast and doing things the way you're supposed to, even if it maybe comes at the expense of that. I mean, Brian, do you want to go first?
Yeah, so this is always a tricky situation in the early days of a company where you've only raised a little bit of money, and so lawyers are expensive, going and getting licenses can take many, many years, and so you have to figure out a way to get started with something. But we always felt like, there were certain risks we were willing to take around, would there be adoption of this product, or could we get here with a good legal opinion in sort of a gray area? But there were certain risks that we just weren't willing to take around cybersecurity or like, sanctions compliance, and there was like very clear bright lines that you didn't want to cross. And I will say over the years at Coinbase, it was sometimes frustrating because I felt like we were taking a compliant approach, and regulators don't always move very quick. And then we saw competitors come on the scene and kind of rocket up in volume and market share by breaking the rules. And like many of those rocketed back down or blew up, or the CEOs went to jail. And so it is validating to see like this long-term approach paying off. And the reason we took that approach, in our case, so we should hear from you too, Jeremy. I mean, it's number one. I mean, I grew up in the United States. I didn't want to like end up going to jail or not be able to come back to this country. I wasn't willing to do something crazy like that. But more importantly, it was because we actually wanted to update the financial system, and to do that, we had to build trust and be a legitimate thing that more people in the economy, were willing to integrate with. And so it wasn't going to work by doing this get rich or die trying kind of fast and furious thing. We had to actually go integrate with the existing players and be a bridge between fiat and crypto. We couldn't just say, F the man and go do this kind of renegade thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of similar concepts. And when we were getting started, interestingly, you're referring to the glutton for pain concept, like as an entrepreneur, the fact that to sort of realize the ideas that we had, my very strong belief back in early 2013 was that in order to accomplish it, we were actually going to need to change and shape like global policy. And we would actually need to change and create new like fundamental rules for how money works and the financial system works at a global level. That was ultimately how this would achieve scale. And so that was actually kind of exciting to me. I studied political science, economics, philosophy, not a computer science guy. But the doing really hard things with technology often kind of breaks the social norms or breaks the rule set that was created for like cars on the road or so many different things. And so to me, it was inevitable that this could happen. And so we knew like we had to work with governments, we had to work with policymakers. And it came back to, again, that if we want this technology to be like truly global scale and everyone in the world can depend on it and every person and every business can use it, like it has to be legal. It has to become part of the legal framework around money. And there was just no other choice. And I think similarly, especially with what we hoped to do, which is to fuse what we think of as money, like dollars or euro, like we want to fuse that to the internet in a very different way. Like that integration with the regulated financial system is very fundamental. And so there was just no choice other than to do this way. And now there have been other products that have not had banking or have done things in other ways, but like we're building around trust and transparency. And when you're building a new money layer on the internet, like that's so fundamental. And over the long run, right, I know and I believed when we were early on, but I have the same conviction today, like the world's leading companies and society at large are not going to build on and use something if it doesn't have, especially in the financial system, if it doesn't have that basis of trust. And so that's doing things the hard way over the long run, but it's just the right thing to do. So that's a little bit how we thought about it.
Yeah, updating the system globally and not going to jail have both worked out pretty well for you guys. And also on things working out really well, Jeremy, congrats on an incredible IPO.
Thank you.
And obviously this is the start of something much bigger and better to come for you and your team. So how do you think about operating now as a public company versus the path that you've taken? And then after you answer that, I'll ask Brian if you have any advice. It's around the time of the 4-year anniversary of Coinbase going public, and how have you felt things shifted as a public company versus how things were before? But Jeremy, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, look, it actually relates to the last comment, which is that, I think Circle has built a very strong reputation, and both with USDC and as a firm, as being trusted, transparent, compliant, with good governance, high integrity, like holding ourselves to certain standards, and that is in part why we are successful, and that's just like fundamental, and we want to hold ourselves to those high standards. And so from my perspective, becoming a SEC regulated public issuer, held to governance standards of the New York Stock Exchange, it adds to the trust, transparency, compliance, good governance, et cetera. It just further strengthens things that are already fundamental to our business. And so it's, from my perspective, we've always held ourselves to high standards. We're holding ourselves to even higher standards. And I think it's an important moment because, whether it be, the Genius Act or like the incredible technology progress that's happening in crypto right now, it seems very clear that, we're going to enter a period where far more parts of mainstream society are going to use stablecoin money and are going to use blockchains for things. And so I think being a public company is really valuable as the world kind of thinks about who they're going to build with, who they're going to work with, and things like that. And so I think it is, important in our development that way too.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Jeremy's been a public company CEO before Circle too, so he doesn't need my advice. But one thing you made me think of was just when we did go public, I remember sending this communication to all the employees, and I kind of said, we are not our stock price. We're going to make it a social norm inside the company to not talk about short-term stock price changes, because we want to make sure that we're building the right things for our customers over the long term. We don't get overly focused on quarter-to-quarter changes or do something unnatural to try to make the difference in the next month versus 2, 3, 10 years from now. So having that cultural norm, I do think, has helped. And I think having our employees just go through the crypto cycles of big ups and downs, like they're more immune to stock price fluctuations, where in a private company, having them shift into that world and see a stock price change every day is kind of jarring for most people. But we grew up in crypto, so we're kind of used to it.
Yeah, after being in crypto for a while, I think you grow a pretty thick skin, and things like that don't jar you as much. You guys, diamond hands. Let me ask you about the partnership here. It's pretty rare for two public companies to be intertwined and partnering so closely. So talk about how that came to be. Jeremy, Brian credits you frequently for having the vision to bring shape to this. Maybe you want to start?
Yeah, sure. I mean, look, I think we've always been in pursuit of this idea of a protocol for dollars on the internet, and the idea of a fully reserved dollar digital currency that was safer than fractional reserve money, that could, kind of like other protocols on the internet, basically allow the storage and movement of value to be a commodity-free service on the internet, right? As we have with other forms of information, data, communications, et cetera. So that sort of animated our vision, and we saw it was technically possible, and sort of began work on that back in 2017 and 2018. But I think when we were getting started, we knew that this had to be something that had major partners that were part of it, and there was just no better company in the world in 2018, and obviously still an incredible company that we're able to work with. But I think we wanted to make sure that people around the world could easily access this, and I think there are very few companies who had an aligned set of vision, values, like technical acumen, compliance, and like great execution in the market. There are just very few companies that could do something like work with us to make this a big thing. And Brian stepped up and his team stepped up, and we built a really strong collaboration to drive USDC from its earliest days. And we've evolved that, and it's become a huge thing for both companies, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, when Coinbase and Circle first started, we were actually competing more directly. And I think at some point, to Jeremy's credit, they had this vision of a digital dollar and started to think more about that. And they came to us, and we said, you know what, we'd love to work with you on that. We put our heads together like a tiger. I think it was on our side, it was probably like a small team, like 3 to 5 people, just got kind of locked in a war room for a couple weeks. Worked with the Circle team on the smart contracts and everything, and we got it out live. And today, Coinbase is really a distribution partner for USDC, and I think the combination of those has been a huge success. So, yeah, having a trusted, compliant digital dollar is a huge deal. We're seeing that as legislation develops around the world now with MiCA in Europe and hopefully the Genius Stablecoin Act in the United States, that I think the biggest institutions, customers, some of the partners we're going to talk about later today, kind of every company that we're seeing is asking themselves, what is our stablecoin strategy? And they're coming and talking to Circle and Coinbase and folks that are using USDC as the most trusted option.
When you're sitting here today, and it looks like, in hindsight, for people sitting here, maybe just like a trail of successes behind you, some of the things that in the moment felt painful or you were unsure about kind of fade away now. But I mean, Brian, you're famously advocating for taking risks and adjusting and getting data really quickly. That means you've probably been wrong about a bunch of things.
Yeah.
Maybe not as wrong as often as the New York Times thinks that you are, but there have probably been things in the past that now, looking back, you might reflect on that differently. And same for you, Jeremy. What are things that you expected at some time in the past that actually ended up working out differently?
Yeah. You want me to start?
Yeah, like with USDC.
I mean, Yeah, I mean, we have things like that at Coinbase all the time. We have 10% of our resources go toward venture bets, and any employee in the company can come in and pitch an idea twice a year. And it's kind of like pitching an internal group of venture capitalists. There's the people who run the different product groups and myself, and you only need to get one of them to say yes and fund it out of their budget, and you're greenlit. And famously, there actually are examples like USDC that I'm ashamed to admit, Jeremy, where I initially was skeptical on it. And I think if some other people, because I was like, well, we got to focus on decentralized crypto, and this is a dollar thing. And to their credit, people on our team inside Coinbase were like, nope, we're going to fund this one. I was like, okay, let's try it. We have a portfolio of bets. And it's just been a out of the park, like home run success. So it shows you how much I know. And I think it's partly, the value here is actually creating that structure internally where anybody can champion an idea and fund a small bet. And if it works, double down on it. And probably half the ones that we fund don't work out, but that's what's created this culture of repeatable innovation, and it's allowed us to save the company from maybe the bad instincts of the CEO once in a while.
Half is a pretty good batting average for a moonshot factory.
Yeah. That would be if you just get 1 out of 10 can return the fund multiple times over, right? But you have to have, the culture has to be willing to tolerate 50% of people saying, we tried this and it didn't work. In many organizations, it gets too risk averse. They're afraid if their name is attached to one of those projects that fails, that they'll get fired or there'll be a black mark. And we don't celebrate failure. That's going too far. But we do try a lot of bets. And if it doesn't work, go to the third one, the fourth idea, the fifth idea.
Yeah, most companies are one person has to say no for the idea to be killed.
Yeah.
Jeremy.
Yeah, I mean, just we make a lot of bets. I think very similar philosophy, and we've had lots of things that have failed. We've shut down products over 12 years. Like, you work on a lot of different things, and we've had things that have been super successful, and we're making a lot of bets right now for future ideas as well. I think just in terms of the question too, like something, back in 2018, actually, I think we had very high conviction that this, what we now talk about as tokenization, but that sort of the role of digital tokens would explode, and they would become far more prevalent in terms of how companies worked, how startups were formed, how software could be designed and incentivized, and the Web3 kind of vision, like back in 2018, we had a lot of conviction about that, and we actually thought that that actually the statements of the SEC, which were come in and work with us, and we want to just figure out how to make all this work, and et cetera. We at first thought that was genuine. And so we were wrong about a bunch of things there in terms of like the timeline, the readiness, the regulatory realities, and other things. But it's interesting now. It's 7 years later. Is that right? God, 7 years later, and like all this stuff is coming around, right? And so you can actually now, and it's an environment where you actually can execute a lot of these ideas technologically, legally, and otherwise. And so timeframes are oftentimes, something you might be right about the idea, wrong about the ultimate expression of it and timeline on it. Yeah.
So where do we go from here? People like to say that overnight successes take 10 years, and that's certainly the case with you guys, although overnight success to you is probably also you don't sleep at night because it feels like it's so over half the time. But you've had ups and downs, and from here, what needs to happen for stablecoins to have mainstream adoption? I never thought I'd say this, but it's a bipartisan issue now in DC in the sense that both parties like it. That feels surreal. So in some sense, you've made it, but the it is actually a lot better, a lot bigger. So where do we go from here?
I'll take a part of that. I mean, we're in the super early stages of this. Like, the reality is that the TAM on legal electronic money is nearly $100 trillion. The TAM on cash and non-interest-bearing demand deposits, sort of cash money, in the world is $60 trillion. And then all of the utilities that move that around and use that, whether it's in retail payments, business payments, capital markets, all these things, amounts to trillions of dollars of revenue. And so, like, we're super early in this. And I think, like other major internet, I sort of describe it as like the internet is colliding with the financial system, and the internet's collided with a lot of other industries. It's now fully colliding with the financial system, which is super exciting. But it actually, it takes time, right? You have to remind people that, retail commerce is still overwhelmingly in person. and that actually viewing hours of video is still dominated by cable, satellite, and terrestrial television, not streaming. And so these things take time. But if in 10 years, 15 years, the internet financial system is 5% of the activity or 10% of the activity, that would be extraordinary. It would be totally extraordinary and would, I think, be amazing for both of our companies. But I think would be extraordinary. And so we're like just at that point, if you know Jeffrey Moore's Crossing the Chasm book metaphor, right? We've just crossed the chasm and we're just entering the slope of enlightenment. And like that's a really exciting place to be. But like pretty much everything's still ahead of us.
Yeah. So today, less than 1% of global GDP is running on crypto rails. We estimate it's about half of 1%. And so to Jeremy's point, this is very early days. I think that we can see a future where the majority of all payments in the economy are running on stablecoin rails because it's faster, it's cheaper, it's more global. Payments flow like water to the path of least resistance, and these are just fundamentally better rails. And so I think the future and success looks like 1 billion people accessing a more efficient financial system every day using our products.
It sounds a little crazy. It seems possible. So let me end on this question. You both have a lot of experience in looking super crazy. And you've said things in the past that sound super tinfoil hat or whatever, and then somehow they've come to be through determination and talent. And what is something that you believe today that is probably going to make you sound a little bit loony to this crowd, but that you feel you might get vindicated by history in the future? Jeremy.
Yeah, I mean, look, there are a lot of things like that I think about. So I'll just try and pick one.
Let's relate it to stablecoin business,
yeah.
not your UFO theories.
Yeah, so I mean, look,
time.
I think stablecoin money is going to, as the base layer of money on the internet, is just a superior form of money for a lot of different reasons. And I think that when we think about economic expansion and economic growth, raising global economic prosperity, things like that, I believe that the ability to use that new form of money in credit is actually a huge opportunity. But I think very specifically, over the long run, that credit intermediation will be principally done in stablecoin money, and I think it will be principally done by machines on the internet, and it'll be done in a structure that probably looks more like AdWords than like a bank lending desk. And I think that will lead to a radically more scaled, more efficient, more accessible credit delivery system that will stimulate economic growth in ways that the current financial system can't. And I think that's going to happen. And I think that's going to be a pretty significant change to the way value exchange, beyond just moving money, but value exchange in terms of that time value of money transformation takes place.
Awesome.
Yeah, for me, I mean, money has multiple purposes, right? It's a medium of exchange, which stablecoins is solving beautifully. It's also intended to be a store of value. And right now, democracies around the world are really struggling to get their deficit spending under control. And I think that Bitcoin actually, I guess my crazy little bit out there idea is that I think Bitcoin is going to provide an important check and balance on deficit spending, and if it gets out of control too much, people will flee to it in times of uncertainty, and it could actually end up that Bitcoin is the new reserve currency of the world.
Bitcoin is the new reserve currency. You heard it here first. Thank you, guys. Brian, Jeremy, thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, good stuff.
Thank you.
So for the next session,
come closer to you.
Check. All right. Thanks so much for joining us, Philippe. That was a great conversation and tough one to follow up on. We have a lot of people here in the audience who are heavily invested in crypto. We also have a lot of people who are more crypto curious. Coatue has a long history of investing in crypto. So Philippe, I was just wondering if you could tell us a little bit about Coatue's background in crypto, what initially caught your attention about it, and how have your views evolved over time?
Yeah, thanks for being here and for inviting me today. Just from background, we're about a 55 or 60 billion asset manager. We mostly invest in technology, publics and private. Every night I wake up at about 3 in the morning and I go, what an idiot, why didn't I invest more in Bitcoin? So that is my basic view. And I sort of think of the world of investing. Sometimes you invest on a fundamental basis. Sometimes you invest based on the momentum. So that's one axis. And the other axis is this an obvious idea or is this a complicated idea? And my lessons after doing this for 25 years, if it's a complicated idea, it never works. So scratch those out. And if it's a simple fundamental idea, that tends to be like a stock. But something like Bitcoin, it's actually a really simple idea. The previous speaker who said, oh yeah, it's going to be the currency of the world. It's just, that's as simple as it gets. But there's this aspect that it's valuable as long as other people think it's valuable, it gets more valuable over time, and that's what we missed. And now I go back and I say, this is crazy. Why would not everyone have like 1 or 2 or 3% or 4% of your assets in something like Bitcoin? That sort of feels like it makes sense. It protects you against inflation, against the printing press. And then the last thing that we as institutions have to worry about is a little bit also, okay, Bitcoin might give you a great return, but what's the beta? And there's always a risk reward in life. Everything that has a reward and no risk is bullshit. There's a hidden risk somewhere to the reward. In the past, Bitcoin appreciated much more than the NASDAQ, but had about a beta of 3 to the NASDAQ. If you remember in 2022, Bitcoin went from like 75 to 15 when the NASDAQ was down 30 or 35%. You're like, whoa. What I find really interesting is that in the tariff scare, the NASDAQ and Bitcoin almost went down more or less the same amount. So it's intriguing to me that maybe for me the cost of getting into Bitcoin is shrinking, because if the beta shrinks, that would be very interesting.
Do you think that's a sign of maturity or evolution in the space relative to, say, 5 years ago when you first were thinking about crypto?
I think it has to be. It must be that there's more people like, you know, all the ETFs and BlackRocks that sort of stick. We also look at the number of wallets that sell 100% of their position, but that used to own Bitcoin for at least 1 month. That churn has been coming down a lot. So there's different ways of explaining it, which is going to make me wake up even more at 3 in the morning thinking, what am I thinking?
Yeah, makes sense. You talked a little bit about portfolio construction. As a tech-focused hedge fund, you obviously invest very broadly across the industry. How do you think about the role of crypto in the context of a broader portfolio? Is it a satellite position? Will it always be a satellite position, or are you seeing it become more central to your portfolio?
I think it has to become more central, and it's still really small, right? I think the net worth of the world, and I'm going to give you these numbers, and of course I'm going to get them a little bit wrong, but I think the net worth of the world is around like 400 or 500 trillion, so call it 500 trillion. I think the equity market is like 120, 130 trillion dollars. I think gold, depending on if it's above or below the ground, and if you add both, I've seen estimates around 15 to 20 trillion. And that Bitcoin is 2, and let's say that the different coins are 3. I really put the altcoins and the stable coins separately. I'm like, gosh, you know, 2 out of 500, could it get to 5? You know, that would be 1%. So that's a bit the way I try to relate. I try to look at the market cap of like different big asset classes, like houses, maybe the value that people have in their house. Maybe that's 100 trillion,
yeah.
Like the big buckets.
Makes sense. And you mentioned you put sort of the alt or non-Bitcoin assets in a different bucket. Do you think about them similarly, or how do you consider that?
Stablecoin, I'm very interested in for a number of different reasons, and I think it's just a start. It feels like there's two things that stablecoins need to get over with. One is, how in the world is a stablecoin not paying interest? Like, that's outrageous, and that needs to be solved, right? Why is it that when you put money in a stablecoin, you get rewards? Like, just make it a simple contract, and frankly, you could have contracts that pay you the spot price, so that would be like, you know, just a short-term interest rate. You could have a 5-year contract, 10-year contract, 30-year contract,
Right.
100-year contract, variable contracts. What if you want a contract that's exactly 6.7 years, because that's the depreciation of, let's say, a GPU, and you want to match, you know, some contract to fund your GPUs. There's so many use cases. And then the second thing is, I think stable coins need to be guaranteed by someone like the FDIC or the government. And in fact, I think the government should actively compete against Tether and others by saying, hey, we are going to guarantee, we USA Inc. are going to guarantee this coin, so the chances of that coin de-pegging is way lower than others. I know that there's been some stable coins that have de-pegged in the past, just for a few days sometimes, some unfortunately longer than a few days, but it also seems like the amount of de-pegging is shrinking. And by the way, there's some fiat currencies that also have de-pegged, like I think the Hong Kong dollar has de-pegged a couple times for a few days.
Yeah, makes sense.
So that's on the stable coin. The altcoin, that's like a different ball game. That doesn't fit in my, 2x2 matrix. That's too complicated.
Yeah. And maybe taking it from the perspective of your LPs and the folks that are investing in Code2, what are your LPs asking you about crypto? Are they mostly interested in Bitcoin? Are they mostly interested in stablecoins, tokenization, or altcoins?
I have 3 types of investors. I have the ones that don't care. They say, buddy, I pay you to think about these problems, so it's your problem. I have the ones who are like, you're an idiot. Why did you miss one of the biggest trends in the world? And then I still have some that says, I love you as long as you don't dabble in crypto. And those is a dying population. Every year there's a little bit less of them. So I think that's the sort of spectrum that you get from institutional investors.
Well, hopefully we see that distribution continue to change.
Yes.
You've seen many technology cycles across your investing career. Are there any parallels to crypto that you would draw from the early days of the web, mobile, cloud, or any that really resonates with you?
One thing I've done, and I don't know if you guys have read this book, it's called Engines That Move Markets, and it's my favorite book of all times, and the history of technology waves since the 1800s. It talks about what did trains do to horses, what did cars do canals, what did electricity do to the whale harvesting oil and all this stuff. And for me, as I think about my own investing, if I have to boil it down, you think about these super trends. And since the 50s, there's only really been like 8. You've had mainframes, PCs, you connect the PCs together, that's networking, you get the internet, you get mobile internet, you get SaaS, and you get AI. And that's how I used to think about the world. And then I start thinking, how is it possible that Bitcoin is not, that 8th sort of big wave of the modern time? And it really is. And the equity markets, I said around the world, are let's say 120. The sum of all the unicorns is 5 trillion, and the Bitcoin is 2. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, okay, look, private companies are worth 5, Bitcoin's worth 2, all risk assets, equity-like, are worth 120. It does feel like there's space for these markets to grow.
Absolutely. What are some of the lessons that you think you've learned from some of those past trends that are applicable to crypto? Obviously, we've seen the volatility that exists in crypto, and I think for those of us who work in the industry, you sort of develop the stomach for it. But are there other lessons or insights that you think apply for the evolution of the space?
I mean, if I were to use a surfer analogy, I've only surfed once in my life and I almost like broke my nose, so this is not a great analogy, but these waves, at the beginning you see them from afar, and the problem is there's some waves that turn out to be big and some that are a little bit fake. So you could say that AR, VR maybe wasn't quite a huge wave. You could say that 3D printing wasn't quite a huge wave. There's all these things, you know, Apple's big glasses maybe didn't work. And then there's some waves, they just like grow and grow and grow as they come to you. And then you catch that wave, you close your eyes, and on average, it seems these waves, they last for 10 plus years before a new wave comes in. And usually the new waves build on the old ones. So AI is building on the cloud was building on the internet was building on networking was built on PCs were an aftermath of mainframes. And so for those of you that think Bitcoin's gonna be important, my recommendation is never make it such a big portion of your portfolio that it becomes like the driving factor of the portfolio, because you're gonna make way more money by having a smaller position that you can keep for 10 years than a big one that worries you all the time.
That's great. We often talk about crypto as a sort of like equalizing force in the world. It's democratizing finance in a lot of ways. You recently announced the COTU Innovation Fund, CTEC, which shares a similar goal in terms of democratizing access to technology investing, venture capital, hedge funds, things like that. Can you tell us a little bit more about the COTU Innovation Fund, the thought process, rationale behind standing up such an innovative vehicle?
Yeah. So basically, you know, thinking about Bitcoin and stable coins, right? It's basically a little bit, my view is like, why is it that retail investors or anybody around the world doesn't have the same access as institutional investors? And when retail wants to access institutions, you have to pay all this VIG, including my VIG, so this is not very good. I'm sort of shooting myself in the foot here. And I was like, hey, why don't I try to offer the institutional arrows that I've developed over time? I've got this quiver with these different arrows to retail. So for instance, we as an institutions, we invest in venture, we invest in growth, we invest in private equity, we invest in debt, I invest around the world. I have a lot of risk management. You know, one thing that I personally dislike about the public markets is the concept of these indices that force people to blindly be 100% invested at all times based on an index that some bureaucrat in the basement of the S&P 500 has constructed for people. I feel like we can do more. And so I was like, God, what if I can, in my own tiny little way, democratize tech investing? And there's these funds that you can create, they're interval funds, and there's even funds for a lower threshold of people that basically allow people to invest and get access to, if you want, all these different arrows. And so we start this fund. It can invest in public stocks, it can invest in privates, it can also hold cash. And it's my view of recreating, and you know, I know that French people are not very humble in general, so I've got to be careful about what I'm saying, but it's our way of recreating a very small version of a Berkshire Hathaway of technology where you could have public stocks, cash, because maybe one day great idea comes at you, but also invest in private companies. And I feel like that has the risk management, that does a bunch of different things. And then hopefully, maybe one day we can even think about, okay, how do we tokenize the fund and then bring a brand new distribution channel. So listen, that's a long-term goal. I'm not sure we'll be able to do it, but even if it's 1/100th the size of Berkshire, that would be pretty good.
I think it's a trend you will continue to see, and we'd love to partner with you on it. So
yeah.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much, Philippe. That was great. And next, I'd like to invite Faryar, our Chief Policy Officer, up.
Thank you, guys.
All right. Thank you, everyone. I'm Faryar Shirzad. I'm the Chief Policy Officer at Coinbase. Very, very happy to have a session here to talk about crypto as a political movement and talk about the crypto voter. We have two of the smartest, most talented political strategists of our time who are joining us today. Chris Lasavita, who was the co-manager of the Trump presidential campaign, and David Plouffe, who was the senior advisor and essentially ran the Kamala Harris campaign. And both of whom, and David was just announced this morning as a member of our Global Advisory Council, so welcome to the stage. So crypto emerged as a giant political movement in the 2024 election. It kind of came out of nowhere as far as most pundits, the press, and others understood, and yet it became a central issue for the president's campaign. Chris, so how did that happen? Talk about how you guys thought about it. We obviously came to the campaign, presented data. We had conviction there was a crypto voter there, but the fact that it resonated with you, could you talk about that process?
You know, I remember we had a first meeting with some folks over in Trump Tower. I guess it was in early summer, maybe late spring, and relatively it was clearly new issue for Susan and I. But the president went into a discussion with some of the folks, and he had gotten a lot of input from Barron, his son, and from Don Jr. and from others that he talks to. And of course, if anybody knows President Trump, he talks to a lot of people and hears a lot of different inputs and discussions. And so it was something that he clearly was very intrigued with. And it was new, right? Relatively new. And so, we saw that clearly emerging as sort of counter to the standard, if you will. Granted, you're talking about a currency, so the newness of it, I think, was exciting from the president's standpoint and wanting to, bring the country into the 21st century from a different perspective. And it was really, it didn't take, really a lot. It was a lot of reading and understanding how it all worked. But the newness of it, I think, was exciting, and the level of opportunity, I think, for everybody to be engaged in a system like that was something that really fit with what President Trump was trying to do in the campaign. So anytime you're given an opportunity to embrace something that's as new as that, it's an exciting time. And of course, you have to do your due diligence, of which we all did. But for the president to embrace it as fully as he did, I know it surprised a lot of people. Republicans sometimes aren't always the first group of people that are going to latch on to something that is this new and something as foundational as currency. But really embraced it and decided that we were going to plant our flag on that issue, and we were going to, and clearly it was an opportunity for us to engage with a portion of the electorate that represented a wide swath of the American voters who may not have been as actively engaged in the past. And so, when was the last time that anything regarding a currency, if you will, was an issue in a campaign? So this was, it was a great opportunity, and it was very obviously forward-looking, which really fit with what the president wanted to, where he wanted to take the country, and embracing things that are new, and which may not always fit into the construct of a political campaign, because you know what you don't want to have to do in a political campaign is be explaining, right? And but we looked at it more as an opportunity and to reach a wider swath of voters, and maybe ones that were a little outside of the Republican, you know, box, if you will. And so it's and again, all campaigns and all elections are about addition. They're not about subtraction. And this is clearly one of those areas where we could add on.
David, you guys on the Harris campaign had about 100 days to build and run a national campaign. Crypto actually loomed large. I mean, to the credit of you and the Harris campaign, there was a lot of back and forth. We were able to present our data to you and had really good dialogue. The vice president made a number of efforts to kind of address the crypto issue within certain guardrails. Can you talk about how crypto kind of figured in a national campaign at the time?
We would have liked to have a few more days. That's true, generally. It's actually interesting at the Canada level because, you know, President Trump had been a skeptic, I think that's fair to say, and then became a huge supporter and booster. Kamala Harris, I think, much more friendly, talking about the, you know, national security and economic necessity of America leading on digital assets, crypto, quantum, AI, set of technology innovations. But obviously the Biden administration, I think, had been seen by a lot of people as hostile. And so, but I think backing up from the data, which you were great to share with both campaigns, and you know, I've been able to see some of the data in the last 24 hours since the election, you know, it's just important to understand that, you know, the folks who own crypto, you know, are pretty politically competitive. I think Democrats need to understand, though, they still lean Democratic. It's an opportunity. These are not, you know, MAGA voters. They are swing voters, lean a little Democratic, certainly lean a lot younger, number one. Number two, in an election where, and you know, COVID's the big reason we had astronomically high turnout in 20. Turnout was down a little bit in 24. But amongst people who consider themselves crypto advocates, actually a pretty significant increase. So to Chris's point, you saw people who might not have been engaged in politics, even at the voting level, getting engaged. And I think what is interesting about crypto enthusiasts is, well, or crypto hodlers generally, when you combine scale, which you have now, and it's going to continue to grow, with passion, then, you know, that becomes politically powerful. Now, it's important to understand that someone who holds crypto or stablecoin, you know, that might not be the most important issue to them voting. I mean, it could be prices, it could be healthcare, it could be foreign policy. But it's part of the equation. And then, of course, there's going to be a subset of them who actually care deeply about this. And the other thing I think I'd remark on, and I certainly spent some time with this myself when you guys began to release your voter guide through Coinbase. And so people in congressional district, in states, nationally, were able to access what candidates had said. Super powerful. Again, when you have passion and scale, and when you've got customers who say, I actually care about what a candidate for X office thinks about this, what have they said about that? And I think that that's one of the reasons you're starting to see, I think, more fulsome bipartisan support for a way forward here. And then I think the next chapter will be, which when you look at kind of new entrants, you know, you're never done the negotiation with government. You're never done with the storytelling about, because I think right now it kind of reminds me when I used to work at Uber, it was kind of in the beginning, it was, are you for ride sharing or not? Or you know, and for a while, I think the debate has been pretty simplistic, not for anybody in this room, but publicly, are you for crypto or not? And I think what will deepen over time is why. What are the benefits economically, societally, from a national security standpoint, from an economic competitiveness standpoint? And I think that will really help, I think, greatly to both educate policymakers, but also the public.
Yeah. I mean, the three of us talked about this backstage, but I can't think of an issue where a voter bloc emerged out of nowhere and became a meaningful force politically in a election cycle on such a short timeline. I think in many ways it's unprecedented. I mean, the guy who actually deserves all the credit for this is Brian Armstrong, who had the conviction that there is a crypto voter out there. And I remember he and I talked about this 4 years ago. Ultimately, when we helped create the independent organization Stand With Crypto, we began to see it in a way actually that surprised me to the upside. I mean, in the 3 or 4 weeks before the vote on the big Fit 21 legislation last year, we had about 400,000 people sign up as advocates in just a matter of a few weeks. So there was something there that even surprised us. But kind of give me your thoughts about kind of the uniqueness of the moment. I mean, ride sharing is an issue. There are a lot of sort of issues that come up, but the sense of community that crypto has, is that unusual, or what's your take on it?
Yeah, I think it's highly unusual, both in terms of the intensity and the passion, but also the scale. And I think, to begin to utilize some of the leverage you have to get folks engaged in the political process. So one way to think about it is there's a percentage of the American people that spends a lot of time consuming political news about government, highly informed, and there's a big percentage of people that don't. And so if you're a politician running for office, the ability to talk to folks who may be crypto enthusiasts who aren't sure whether they're going to participate, maybe they haven't participated before, crypto may be the entrance, but then you can talk about your economic plans beyond that, whether they be education, healthcare, pick the issue. So I think that it's quite unusual. And listen, obviously Coinbase as a company and the sector generally is on a growth journey. So every election cycle, 26, 28, 30, 32 here in the US, you can say the same outside of the US, you're going to have a higher percentage of the electorate who are part of the crypto community. And some of them will be casual in that relationship, others will become more advocates and enthusiasts. And so I think that's the thing I think that's really important is the numbers will continue to grow, the sophistication will continue to grow, and this is a really important segment of the electorate. And I do think younger voters in America right now are much more competitive politically than they've been previously. And so you have to look at younger voters. And again, there's people who are 105 who own crypto, but they overperform at the under 40 level. And that is a politically competitive group. And they need to be treated as swing voters. And crypto isn't the only way into it, but it's an important lever, I think. So, but again, I think that sense of continuing to scale, so you've got growth, you've got numbers. Think about it, particularly in an off-year election where turnout comes way down. You're going to have at least half the electorate, probably, or close to it, holding crypto and stablecoins. So mathematically, that gets super interesting.
We had done an awful lot of analysis and studying of the crypto voter, and the one thing that we found was that it crosses so many different socioeconomic areas, and truly was a block of voters that were up for grabs. And so when you have that level of innovation, and politics is about, campaigns are about addition, not subtraction. So how do you build a conversation on, and Republicans in the past have waged campaigns that at times have been accused of subtraction. And this was a classic growth area for us. One that, and of course having the president embrace it in the manner in which he did and then make it his own, he would love nothing more than to be known as the first crypto president. And so that enthusiasm and then, the attention to the detail, I think you guys have done a great job in terms of educating, the American public, but, we're still in the infancy, and you're a force that had an impact in a presidential campaign in the infancy of the movement. So, but again, knowing that politics is about addition and not subtraction, finding those areas that you can build common ground on and provide a system. And again, we looked at it from a lot of different perspectives, but demographically, we saw it as a great opportunity, to engage people that may not necessarily feel engaged, on a larger economic level. You're talking with African American voters. You're talking about younger voters. General areas where the Republican Party in years past has not exceeded. And so it gave us an opportunity to establish common ground with an area and a demographic that we need to expand in order to be successful. And, President Trump, a lot of people thought that President Trump would probably be the most, unlikely source to be able to do that. But, he defied conventional wisdom again, and it was something that he embraced. And then, when President Trump embraces something, he makes it his own, and he's all in. And so this was one of those just great growth opportunities in politics, which, there's few and far between, issues. It's usually the standard set that you talk about, but this was a great growth opportunity. And if you go into knowing that politics is about addition, not subtraction, it puts you in a really good position. And so we took advantage of what we viewed as a void. Obviously, the participation of those that are engaged in the process was great, even despite the fact that the demographics may have dictated that, maybe they're just not going to show up and vote. But, anytime industry can find an issue and motivate a group of the electorate to engage in the political process, it's not just a win for that industry, but it's a win for the United States. And again, we are establishing ourselves as the world leader in something that's very new, and it's just a great opportunity. So again, that's sort of like the mindset that we went into it.
Chris, there's often and David, both of you know, there's often a big difference between what candidates campaign on and how they govern. In this instance, you have a president who campaigned on crypto, and here we are 4 months into the presidency, and we have stablecoin legislation poised to pass the Senate. And so far in the key procedural votes, we have 18 Democrats that have joined virtually every Republican. In the House, we've had big bipartisan votes in the 2 key committees on market structure legislation. How should a community like ours think about taking electoral success and turning it into policy success? Like, how does that transition occur? What do we need to do? Are we doing it right?
Well, a lot of it is, especially for something as new, relatively new, it starts with, the educational aspect, right? I mean, people will, I've just become, definitely not an expert, but clearly in the last 2 years, it's something that, that I've learned quite a bit about, and the constituency of it. But it's really an educational thing, because it takes a while to engage, a larger section of the electorate. And I think you all have done a really good job in doing that. And of course, having elected office holders engaging in a public debate. Look, there will always be the traditionalists in no matter the area. But being able, and anytime articulating something that's new, especially something that is, currency related, right, it's not something that is top of mind for your average Joe. So being able to talk about the inclusivity of it, and how its prospects for the future. I mean, those are all things that speak to Americans, and which is the reason why we should be the leader worldwide, and we should be embracing it. And it's just a very exciting time for people to be getting in on the ground level. And I think the president clearly sees that as an opportunity to put his imprint on something that he knows is going to be forever part of the fabric of the United States.
David, there's a tendency, Washington has become so tribal. If one campaign is for something, then the other generally decides that they're against it. One party's for something, the other party's against it. To the Democrats' credit, as I talked about with these bipartisan votes, a lot of Democrats are now coming in and trying to, particularly on a generational basis, understanding that there's an opportunity here for our nation from a national security perspective, but also electorally. Can you talk about the importance of not getting tribal on every issue, including this one?
It's really hard these days, but there is a generational divide, as there is with a lot of issues you see when new technologies and new consumer offerings come to the fore. Folks who have experience themselves utilizing it, tend to be much more supportive, and also much more, I think, constructive in problem solving around how are we going to enable this. Because what history shows us is when a new entrant, a new piece of technology comes in, a lot of times the first reaction, and this is bipartisan, will be, well, our current laws or our current regulations don't account for this. It's kind of like, yeah, no shit, Sherlock, excuse me. This is like, I saw this with ride sharing. It's like, yeah, taxi regulations from the 1930s did not envision somebody using their Prius 5 hours a week to dial up a little income and move somebody around their city. You have to fashion new, and I think that process now you're seeing in Washington, with this week really being an amazing example of that, with a lot of people in both parties understanding that we want to enable this technology. And so I think that there's a generational divide. I think there is more understanding that this is something that tens of millions of Americans have a huge desire to be a part of. So as a politician, it's very dangerous to say, you know what, we're going to ignore your desires and just say no. Let's figure out a way to get to yes. So that I think there was an open question 2 or 3 years ago. Would crypto and blockchain even, is this going to be something that doesn't flourish here? Is this going to be something that flourishes elsewhere? And obviously, every country is investing in this. But I think now we have an opportunity, and it's essential, whether it's AI, whether it's quantum, whether it's crypto, whether it's blockchain. If we are not at the lead here as a country, we're not going to like the outcome on the other side of that. And so I think you see politicians, because there's a cynicism, understandably, that everybody thinks everything that happens in Washington is done for political and electoral reasons. That's not the case.
Right.
That's just not the case. But to the extent that politics is important, I also think you see politicians, particularly in the Democratic Party, saying there's tons of people engaged in this, there are tons of young people engaged in this, and we need to find a way to be on the right side of that. Doesn't mean that we don't want the right set of laws and regulations and protections. Of course we do. And there's no doubt there is some conflict, Chris, with all due respect, like the dinner that was held. I think there's understandable reaction to that. That can complicate things. But what's interesting is even some of the folks in Capitol Hill on the Democratic side who had been most hostile to crypto 2-3 years ago were saying, we like the elements of what's in a lot of this legislation. So you got a bunch of Democrats voting for it, and you've got a bunch of Democrats saying, well, we may have some issues we've got to iron out, but generally like the direction of this. So again, your previous question about, it's quite unusual to have something move this quickly in this bipartisan way. And so then I think that historically, I can't think of anything at a national level like it, certainly in the last generation.
Yeah. All right, we have 4 minutes. I'm going to ask a gigantic, impossible question, not related to crypto, but I can't help it with you guys on the stage here. So who's winning in Washington, Democrats or Republicans? Who looks well-positioned for the 26th cycle? David, do you want to tell us?
Well, listen, my view is in any democracy, and I hope we stay on the high side of most countries being democracies, anybody that gets in power is on probation right away. That's just the reality. We see this globally, okay? So if you're in power, why are you on probation? Well, there's a lot of people dissatisfied with their economic situation. It doesn't get better as quickly as they'd like. Things get gummed up, so crypto legislation may be one of the few things that has bipartisan support. And so my guess is, and listen, when I grew up in politics, Chris grew up in politics, off-year elections, meaning non-presidential elections, Republicans benefited because we had a lot more voters who only turned out in presidential years. That has changed pretty dramatically. So, my guess is the Democratic Party has an opportunity, but listen, I think a lot of voters right now, 70% of the electorate would consider what's happening right now market failure. They're not satisfied with either party, and that's why we tend to have a lot more turbulent elections than we've had in the past. We have a lot of landslides, we have a lot of surprises. So I think the Democrats have an opportunity to win back the House, maybe gain in the Senate, but and what that'll come down to is it's not going to come down to some meeting in Washington with a bunch of gray hairs. It's going to be exciting candidates who can capture the parts of the electorate that are true swing voters that may not be sure they're going to turn out. And so the quality of candidates in 26 will matter more than anything else. But my sense is right now the Democratic Party has a lot of work to do on its brand, but I think that's going to come from the people who run and from the grassroots together. But that's the important thing to understand. You get the baton of leadership right now, whether you're in Europe, you're in a South American country, here in the United States, and you're immediately on probation with voters. And I think that we also have an ability in 26, we see this in special elections. And again, it's hard for someone who came up in politics where we struggled with special elections. We struggled with midterm turnout. It's completely turned around. And so that'll be the Republican Party's challenge, is to bring as many people who voted in 24, who right now are saying they're unlikely to vote in 26, out. And obviously data's become much more sophisticated in politics, so you know a lot more about who those people are and what they care about. Democratic Party's job is going to be to overperform with swing voters, repair some of the real damage that's been done. I mean, listen, you look at where did Donald Trump have the biggest gain over 20? In precincts with the highest percentage of immigrants. Whether Kamala Harris, she didn't improve over Biden in a lot of places. It was in wealthier white communities. Like, who would have thought kind of thing, right? And so the thing you learn about politics is things change really quickly. The Electoral College can change quickly. The demographic makeup of a governing majority can change quickly. So Democrats have a lot of work to do, but I think when you're the opposition party in today's politics, you have an advantage politically because you're just critiquing a status quo that no matter what is getting done or not getting done, people are dissatisfied with the pace of progress.
You know, I look at it more of a, the American voter has the most to gain because two competing parties neck and neck, and the president made a set of promises, you know, no tax on tips, and obviously what we're doing with crypto and blockchain and a whole host of different issues. And it's really important to demonstrate to the American voters that what you've run on is what you're actually going to drive legislatively. And so, you know, which is the reason why the president is putting so much focus and attention on accomplishing in this legislative session a lot of what he ran on. So if we can actually accomplish a good bit of what we've talked about and made central, you know, to the campaign, because despite what you may have heard or what you may have read, you know, there were an awful lot of issues that were discussed in this last presidential campaign. I mean, and it just wasn't immigration, right? I mean, this was, you know, I think, a pretty deep issue discussion that we had in terms of, you know, which direction the country's going, and being the party of ideas and then delivering on those ideas are central to a party's success. So obviously the president's focus is getting a lot of his legislation through, and I think the voters will judge on that. But again, midterm elections are in a completely different beast. And it's always easier at times to get people to show up to vote against something than it is to get them to vote for something. And so, you know, if I guess some people would call that a disadvantage. But I think tactically we've improved greatly over the past few years. And clearly from a messaging standpoint, you know, we dominate in terms of being able to just generate a level of attention that, you know, politicians in the past may not have had the opportunity or the ability to do. And it's not always friendly, but, you know, it's really about accomplishing a set of things that you promised the people that you said you were going to do. And if we can deliver on that and then correctly motivate people, you know, I'm kind of bullish going into the midterms. And I've been through an awful lot of midterm elections and been on the downside, been on the upside on a few, but it's really about reinforcing to the American public, hey, you know, we've actually said we're going to do X and we did Y, and you know, hopeful that there's going to be that level of interest with the American voter, because it's really about them as opposed to about, you know, being about us. And so you have to be able to articulate that vision and be able to demonstrate why this policy change or this policy is actually going to impact you a certain way. And you can't take the American voter for granted, and you can't just assume they're not going to understand, because they do. They're very well informed, and as a matter of fact, I mean, the amount of information available on candidates running for public office is I mean, from when we started in this business, it's grown tenfold. But those are all opportunities as opposed to, you know, disadvantages.
Yeah. No, extraordinary conversation. So my prediction for the 26th cycle is crypto legislation will be the biggest bipartisan achievement that this Congress and this president will have in terms of going to the 26th cycle. So
probably won't be an issue. Although I doubt it, but.
All right, guys. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
All right, so we're keeping things moving today. So you'll notice I have not been out to introduce any of the panels. That way we just keep it flowing. I made an exception for this next one, not just because it's a very, very dear friend of mine, but because I'm a risk taker. I'm an adrenaline junkie. And the single most dangerous place to be is standing between Anthony Scaramucci and a stage or a camera. So we're gonna bring it on. So we have a fantastic presentation setup. So we have, in addition to Anthony, we've got Caroline Pham, acting chairman of the CFTC, MC Lader, who's the president and chief operating officer at Uniswap Labs, and Dave Olson, who's the president and CIO at Jump Trading. Now, I was around when electronic trading and high frequency started. I was chatting with Dave backstage. It wasn't that long ago when exchanges were wrapping LAN cable around their arm to simulate a second of latency. I'm not talking about 1960. That was happening in 2002, 2004. Some of you in the audience know that. And we've just come so far. So we have this next generation of derivatives and online trading quickly becoming the next frontier of financial innovation. So this panel brings together the top voices around both trading, protocol development, all operating under the world's most trusted regulatory regime, thanks to incredible regulators like Carolyn Pham. We're going to explore how on-chain derivatives are reshaping market structure, deepening liquidity, and accelerating institutional engagement. So please welcome our next panel.
Guys, let's get started. Good morning, everybody. MC, I'm going to start with you, if you don't mind.
Sure.
The shift in the regulatory environment, how do you expect DeFi and the crypto derivatives markets, how will they evolve over the next 12 months?
I think the next 12 months are going to be the most growth in DeFi that we've seen since 2021. I think we're poised for breakout in the number of users, the kinds of users, more sophisticated and institutional users, as well as more and more retail. And a lot of this is because blockchains have scaled a lot in the past couple years of the bear market. They're cheaper, they're faster, there's more assets, there's more to do, there's more flexibility in market structure. That's in part because of the derivatives protocols that exist in DeFi, but also because of a protocol like Uniswap that now lets you program market structure at the protocol level. So all of that together means that there's a lot more to trade, there's a lot more opportunity for a lot of different categories of users, and I think this is going to be one of the most interesting years yet. And as you said, all of that's unlocked because of the massive shift in the regulatory treatment and tenor.
Caroline, you got a huge job, Caroline. You're right there at the intersection of all the innovation, but you've got to be super worried about risk management. How do you handle all that? What are your thoughts on the future? And how are we going to get there together?
Yeah, absolutely. So I love this question because it is embedded in the CFTC statutory mandate that we're here to promote responsible innovation, as you mentioned, but also to promote competition. There's a balance, and you can always balance that out. What I love about what we're seeing in the United States is a complete reset on the approach to crypto and new technologies and innovation in market structure. We've been focused on that at the CFTC, and I think when you overall consider what are the conditions necessary to promote innovation in any country or any jurisdiction around the world, you're talking about the rule of law, political stability, and regulatory clarity. And regulatory clarity is what we've been delivering on since January. So it's not just ending regulation by enforcement, which I've been so pleased to really lead the charge on that, but it's also rescinding advisories that unnecessarily penalized crypto as an asset class. And then it's also being forward-looking and having the President's Working Group report on digital asset markets that's going to be coming out next month. Really excited about that. It's going to bring a lot of clarity to the United States about where things are vis-a-vis the SEC and the CFTC. But I think the key aspect that we have to remember is that when we talk about crypto, we're talking about so many different things. First of all, when we talk about crypto as an asset class, that's where we really need to have the regulatory clarity to make sure that this asset class isn't unduly penalized vis-a-vis any other asset class rates, commodities, FX, physicals, whatever it might be. The other aspect, which is just tokenization of financial instruments, I mean, Citi and McKinsey have estimated the total addressable market could be 2 to 5 trillion by 2030. That's the same activity, the same risk, and the same regulations. I actually don't really think there are any changes necessary, except for some, technical application of some specific aspects, maybe record keeping. Obviously, a lot to clarify in the custody space, just about the SEC's customer protection rule. But those things can all be addressed. There have been white papers about this that I participated in when I was at Citi back in 2019. So these are all easily solvable, and the SEC is moving ahead very clearly to fix all of those issues and to provide that clarity that's necessary. And then the last piece, which I think is the most important piece for what MC was talking about for the future of DeFi, is that we need to have a technology neutral approach. The CFTC has historically always had a technology neutral approach. Why would we do this any differently than when we went from paper stock certificates to electronic records to maybe now records being on a blockchain? We shouldn't be impeding the technology by having something that is treating blockchain different from any other technological innovation.
David?
Anthony?
How are we going to improve the interoperability between the DeFi platforms and TradeFi, and how are we going to make this easy for institutions?
Yeah, we'd love to see it get easier. We're trading everywhere we can. We kind of go where the market is at our company. And right now, we're not really able to trade on DEXs for the most part. We've got a couple of impediments in our way. A lot of those are being worked on right now. But without the platforms developing and the regulatory wrappers around those platforms giving us certainty that we're not facing off against someone who is in a jurisdiction that we can't trade or changes the nature of the way we trade or is on a sanctioned list, we've got to stay away. We're trying to stick with both the letter and the spirit of the rules that govern our trading. I'll point out, though, that's a US condition for the most part. We've got more clarity to trade from our offshore entities on offshore platforms with non-US persons where we do have a lot of integrity of that chain. So the first step is regulatory work, but then there's some plumbing that we've got to get after to really make interoperable what's happening on chain and in the crypto derivatives market with traditional markets. You've got a disconnect with the decades-long development of the prime brokerage model and the clearing model in traditional products, where two really important things happen. One, we can net longs and sells and not have to gross settle, $10 million there and negative $10 million there. It takes a lot of capital and would remove a lot of fluidity from the system. And the second thing is financing and having a risk intermediary that can tie all those together. We can do that ourselves, but without being able to collapse the longs and the shorts and really trade both fluidly, you're going to have them stick in their own silos for a little while longer.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to jump in on the accessibility and the barriers to using DEXs, because a lot of what Dave's talking about is specific to derivatives. There are, as many people in this room probably know and use, there are compliance solutions and filtering that allows you to use a DEX and then have an interface that helps you block sanctioned actors. So I think that these tools exist, and they sort of an institution or organization by organization task to integrate them in your trading, your workflow, and that plumbing isn't necessarily that sexy, but that's happening rapidly. So Uniswap launched an API that integrates with TRM and one of these compliance solutions that helps you sort of screen out wallets that have been associated with illicit activity, sanctions, hacks. And so institutions can use the Uniswap protocol integrated through that API and have that kind of comfort. That plus then having spot derivatives and lending kind of integrated in the overall trading workflows, I think the last piece that Dave's talking about, but that's all happening now.
I think we also need to be thinking more creatively about enabling more flexible methods of execution in derivatives markets. So when swap execution facilities were created in Dodd-Frank, the idea was that this was going to capture the existing interdealer broker model, and that we were going to just create more risk management and other types of controls around it. But what actually happened was that, I think some of the unfortunate consequences of Dodd-Frank was, number one, it created these regulatory moats, incredible barriers to entry, and number two, market fragmentation. And the CEF framework actually was a huge part of contributing to that market fragmentation and the fracturing of liquidity from the US and non-US markets. And then over time, the CFTC staff have done these interpretations where they've really tried to force swap execution facilities into an exchange central limit order book model. And the fact is that for derivatives, particularly for ones with like less liquidity or you want to be more bespoke with your tenures and things like that, you should have more flexibility. So I would be very interested, and I've proposed in the past, that we should look at something that is like an ATS, but under the derivatives framework, permissible in our rules. That's going to enable, I think, a lot of the innovation in the DEX space.
So I think the administration has done a great job in this area, and I think the president was right that there was a war on this industry from the prior administration. So Dave, the question is, if you were the regulatory czar, what would you want more of? What is the administration doing right now that you would want to encourage? And what are the things that you would like to discourage?
I think, first off, it's clarity. Thinking back to the Dodd-Frank days, I think some of the initial proposals for how to trade credit derivatives were, the intention of the trader. I think Jamie Dimon back then said he's going to have a lawyer and a psychiatrist sit next to every trading seat to figure out what was in that trader's head when that trade got put on. In thinking about securities-based swaps, the definition there is if it's a narrow index, it's less than 10 components, and that's a security. If it's 10 or more, that's an index, and that is a derivative. I don't know if that's right or wrong, but it's super clear. Like, you know exactly what you're trading in securities-based swaps or swaps land today. So I think rules that are not subject to interpretation is a big one. Also, I think the speech that SEC Chair Atkins gave earlier this week talking about an innovation exemption so that we can try new models in the US and not have a scenario where 4, 6, 7 years later, a new regime looks back and says, our interpretation of what was happening then is that ran afoul of the rules, even though you had private conversations at the time saying it was okay. There are a few specific areas that around whether crypto are defined as securities or not that we think are vitally important. That's the number one issue in front of regulators and legislators right now that I think the industry wants to see most. It's just clarity on that front.
So let me turn to Caroline for a second and just ask, how do we make this bipartisan? Meaning, how do we, in a subsequent administration from the Trump administration, have the clarity that's being defined by Dave and others solidified?
So if we come back to what ought to be our first principles, what is best for the market and for market participants, that's not a political question. That's a question of liquidity. It's a question of risk management. It's a question of ensuring that markets are resilient. And politics should have nothing to do with that. So I think that's first and foremost is we have to understand what are we here for. We're here to ensure that we have market integrity, that we have liquid, well-functioning markets that are resilient and that can recover through times of stress, market dislocation, those types of things. That's what I've been talking about when I keep saying that the CFTC has to get back to basics. That's what the CFTC used to be about until crypto became this battle between good and evil over the last 4 years. And there was this targeted effort to really go after the crypto industry and to stamp it out, right? And that's wrong. Who are we to judge a technology and say whether or not it's good or evil? Technology is neither. So I think getting back to basics and coming back to those first principles about what's good for the markets, and then it's very straightforward, right? You need to look at your financial and your non-financial risks. I love what Dave is talking about, and this is something that I've discussed with Chairman Atkins and with others at the SEC for a long time. In March, I proposed in an op-ed in International Banker that we need to be using our exemptive relief to provide the regulatory clarity today, because even when legislation passes, there's going to be this period of time between when the legislation is in effect and when the rules actually get written. It took 4 to 5 years for the CFTC to write the bulk of the Dodd-Frank rules. It took the SEC 12 before they did the rules for security-based swaps. So what are we going to do in the meantime? I think time is money. There's a regulatory burn rate. It's very real. We are behind the rest of the world because I've been working on regulatory clarity for digital assets since 2017, 2018 in jurisdictions all around the world before I became a commissioner at the CFTC. So we can use today, under our existing authorities, the same exemptive relief powers that created the framework for security futures between the SEC and the CFTC, and those trade today, and they're liquid, and they're on SEC exchanges, and broker-dealers engage in them. We can also do the same thing we did for OTC derivatives way back in the 90s. That was also through our exemptive relief powers. And then we had the legislation come in and really codify and clarify those approaches. But that's how we do experimentation in the United States. That's why I proposed in 2023 a regulatory sandbox to use our abilities to create a pilot program. The SEC's done that many times. The CFTC's been doing that since the 90s, like I said. So we need to use all the tools that are available to us today. There's no silver bullet. We just need to start getting down to work.
I want to give an example of why that durability is so important, and having a bipartisan solution to the regulation of crypto markets is an imperative. We trade a lot. We can be nimble trading. If there's a rule change or an enforcement action or something that changes the way we perceive the market structure to work, over a weekend, we can and have offshore our talent. We take them out of Chicago and we put them in London or the Cayman Islands or something like that to make sure that we're adhering with the rules. Trading is ephemeral in a lot of cases. Another part of our business that I think is a little less well known is we're builders. We build ambitious blockchain engineering products. Some of you may have heard of Pith or Wormhole or the FireDancer acceleration of the Solana validators. These are years-long development efforts where we take top talent from within Jump that's working on some problem that we're trying to solve, and we try to direct that toward open source code that goes into the crypto community that can make DeFi stronger, risk-taking more effective, whatever. You can't, it's a little bit like a factory. If you don't have a vision that 3 years from now, when this product is finally going to reach the market, that it's going to be allowed to, you don't even start today. So I think trading, if things whipsaw and this is viewed as a partisan result, we're going to be left in the meme coin kind of world of crypto. Mm-hmm. If we're allowed to really build and think about this as the same way we think about a chips factory in Ohio, this is a virtual factory where US engineering talent is building new solutions, and we can see far enough on the horizon to redeploy those. That's where you're going to see a lot of the unlock for what crypto can do in financial markets.
Right. Do you want to add something, MC?
Yeah, I think that part of what Dave's talking about is it's just an example of the power of having an open financial services technology stack that you can have Uniswap build stuff that anyone in the world can build on top of, that Dave, Jump, others can start to customize. So I think that that means that we're going to see on-chain trading and DeFi be a lot more flexible because there are that many more participants who can start to adjust basically market structure. It used to be for the past few years that DeFi was essentially one market structure. A given DEX was one market structure. And now because of so many different participants have developed their own technical capabilities, they're doing their own engineering, you can at an individual pool level or pair trading level start to set your own customization and parameters. And so that means it's just a lot more, there's a lot more that you can do, and I think that's going to start happening this year.
Yeah. So I want to just follow up with you for a second, MC, and just because you and I have been in more than one meeting in Washington. Mm-hmm. And particularly last summer, I would say the Washington atmosphere was quite frigid. Tell us about your view of Washington today versus where we were a year ago.
Yeah, I think you're referring to the call that we were on where we were asked how many of us had been debanked, and we all raised our hands. It was memorable. Yeah, look, it's a totally different tone, I think. We've all experienced that. So, we were debanked multiple times and had spent $20 million handing over legal documents to the SEC to never even get sued because we weren't breaking the law. And this year, in 2025, I think there's like 2 to 3 elected officials who find their way to our New York City-based office every week. So there's the level of interest is really, really high. I'm really excited and optimistic about market structure legislation, but it's very detail-oriented, and it's being shaped or written on the basis of what exists today in crypto. And this technology can evolve so much. So I just hope that we have more principles-based legislation because the technology is going to continue to evolve, and we want to make sure that the U.S. can continue to lead and not be too specific so that things then ultimately get outcompeted.
Yeah, and a lot of this is not, it's not unknown, right? It's not like we never know how to regulate anything. It's not like the whole world hasn't been trying to figure this out, like I said, for almost the last 10 years. You know, I started looking at the regulation of Bitcoin and crypto in 2013 when I was at the CFTC. So in 2022, I proposed 10 fundamentals for responsible digital asset markets. It's a great blueprint because fundamentally, you either regulate one of two ways. You either regulate the entity that is doing the activity, or you regulate the activity itself. So we do both models in the United States. For banks and other types of financial institutions, we regulate primarily that entity and then the things that that entity can do. And then for the SEC and the CFTC, we regulate the activity, trading of securities, trading of derivatives, and then the entities that do it. So it's like the same, but it's different. It's a slightly different way of coming at it. And so that's why it's so important to get that clarity around what's a security and what's a commodity. But also, in the past, the SEC and the CFTC haven't even really had to answer that question all the time. In fact, like for security futures, we never really said which one of us has the jurisdiction. We just said, you know what, it's okay for you to do it on securities exchanges and to do it on broker-dealers, and that's fine, and the CFTC is not going to get involved in that. And it allowed for people to really use those instruments to hedge more efficiently, to be more capital efficient, to be able to net and to margin and all of those things that are important, again, about having resilient markets, which at the end of the day is what we should be focused on. For banks, if we say banks, you know, that's actually how it is currently, right? As long as banks appropriately have risk governance frameworks and manage the risks of the activities that they're engaged in, it doesn't really matter the technology. That's why banks have been using AI for over 10 years, right? That's why banks have been using blockchain technology. Even during the Biden administration, banks were using blockchain technology. So if DeFi is not a dirty word, so long as you have the appropriate risk governance frameworks over your deployment of any technology, it's fine. And so I think it's really important that we get to that next level where we stop targeting the technology and we talk more about how do people use it and are you using it responsibly?
It's a good segue because let's talk about TradeFi for a second, Dave. What can we learn from like the derivative markets and TradeFi that can be applied to the new DeFi markets?
Yeah, for me, the first lesson is in almost every case in traditional assets, the derivatives markets grow to be many multiples the size of the cash market. There's just more efficiency. There is the ability to customize the risk profile that you want to trade. There's embedded leverage if you need it. There are a whole variety of reasons why derivatives are seen as a more attractive solution to the market than the cash asset. That's already happened in crypto. It just hasn't happened in the US. So if you look at the map of where risk is taken in crypto, it's in perps. Perps are the instrument that this market wants to trade globally, and the volumes on Binance and OKX and Bybit and all the other offshore platforms absolutely dwarf what feels like the biggest place to trade crypto in the United States is the sponsor today, Coinbase. And they're making strides in derivatives, but I think that the lesson is you've got to have a global framework that allows fluid interaction of risk on offshore and onshore exchanges to let that really flourish.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and then the last point I'll make is that until it's clear and the ink is actually dry on the regulation, that's when the intermediaries are going to be comfortable coming in. They're not going to come in on vibes. Even if the vibes are good, you need to see the legal framework that you can point to and where either in regulation or exemption, you've got a path to provide that capability. Yeah. Important lessons.
Yeah, and I love that you're talking about perps because I need to address some fake news. Perps have been live in the United States in CFTC markets on our futures exchanges since April. We're not waiting for perps to go live. They've been live. They've been live on Bitnomial. They have the Senti futures. And they worked with the CFTC and our staff for over a year on what was the methodology, what was the pricing, what was the funding, how are they calculating that when it's like a rolling future, but it's not actually a rolling future. So these are things that we've been working on. These are things that are well known. There are a number of other CFTC registered exchanges that have self-certified additional perps. They all have kind of different, again, methodologies and pricing and funding. But it's thriving. And it's thriving because of the fact that we have this principles-based regulatory framework It works for listed derivatives. It's worked for listed derivatives for, even before the CFTC existed as an agency in 1975. So I think people are overcomplicating what is pretty straightforward just because it's a different asset class. But we don't, freak out over metals or energy or ags or interest rates or FX, all of these different asset classes that are traded in our market. So I just don't know why everybody is like, oh my God, we have to reinvent the wheel for crypto.
You want to add to that, MC?
No, I agree. I agree with what you said.
So let's shift topics for a second. It's just something I want to get your editorial, and I'll ask all of you the same question. Start with you, MC. What has to happen? Let's talk about the next 3 to 5 years. What has to happen for this market? Jeremy and Brian said earlier today that we're so early. So what are some of the things that have to happen? So for me, I'll go first and say that the money center banks have to get more involved, and there'll have to come a day where I can custody my Bitcoin at a large money center bank. Then I say that the market is reaching some level of maturity. In your opinion, MC, what would that be?
Well, part of the promise of why we all think this could be the foundation of the world's financial system is because we think global 24/7 markets that can be faster and cheaper and natively digital are better. But blockchains haven't necessarily been faster and cheaper. And so I think that has to continue to improve. And Coinbase and Uniswap are doing a lot of work to try and make blockchains faster and cheaper. We also just need more assets. There need to be more assets that people want to trade, that retail wants to buy and trust to hold, and that institutions find compelling and think that they can profit from. So that, I think there's a lot of product challenges and sort of operational friction that Dave talked about to make it such that this ability to create a token, create a market, add liquidity, trade yourself, hold your assets yourself, all that's possible today, but you have to have a lot of know-how and you have to have a lot of translation to be able to do that. So I think those are just product and user experience challenges, but I think that they're all starting to happen. And in the background, of course, is the regulatory clarity that we've been talking about. But I continue to be optimistic that this will be led by many different countries, like the adoption from retail users around the world, who I think are going to be excited about some of the tokenized equities that are coming in this summer. That's an example that doesn't really solve like a TradFi challenge, doesn't really solve like a TradFi or like market structure challenge, but it's an example of access and the potential of global 24/7 markets.
Great. Caroline, same question.
Yes. So I love the part about money center banks because I used to work in a money center bank. And it is all contingent on the banking regulators. The banking regulators aren't even part of the president's working group on digital asset markets, but it's the banks that are the biggest dealers in the world in swaps in our derivatives markets. So to me, this has already been happening since January. It's just that, the world of banking and bank regulation is typically not something that is on the front page that is immediately accessible. It's rather esoteric. But here's the thing. The acting controller of the currency, Rodney Hood, a dear friend of mine, he has already said that banks can custody digital assets. He has already withdrawn the letters, as well as the other bank regulators, that prohibited banks from engaging in digital asset activities without getting a letter of non-objection from the bank regulators. The infamous SAB 121, which I think the SEC forgot that banks are public companies and that banks custody things. So, clearly getting that rescinded by acting chairman Uyeda on the second day, I think, in office was huge. So banks can do these activities. Of course, JP Morgan has been very active in the digital asset space, as has BNY, as has Citi and all the other banks. It's been quiet. Now I think you're going to be able to see them really accelerate. So all of these projects that everybody's been working on since 2016, now we're going to start seeing more deployment, more volume, and so on and so forth. And a lot of it's been done, frankly, through portfolio companies and strategic equity investments, and so you'll see that deployment. But it's really the bank regulators and making sure, again, that the bank regulators are comfortable with the banks, with their risk governance frameworks, and then a lot's going to start to happen.
As a banking alumnus, I also agree. You hear a lot of talk about like, where's the institutional trade? What's the mix of retail institutional? I'm I view a little bit different lens on participation in the market. And the group that is underserved, in my opinion at the moment, is third-party asset management. When you hire a portfolio manager and you make an investment, whether you're an individual or an insurance company or whomever, and that money manager says, okay, I'm going to have 4% of this portfolio in crypto, that is the switch that hasn't flipped yet in this market. It's primarily people that own the assets or have control over the institution to an extent where it's more or less the same thing. So retail, they own the asset, they're going in. Founder-led companies that are putting crypto on the balance sheet, same thing. It's effectively first-party, first-order money management. So getting third-party money managers comfortable enough to have a portfolio construction that includes crypto is an inflection point that we haven't seen in the market yet. Part of that's going to be bank involvement to provide the services to those folks and the relief that they can get so that it's permissible for them, whether it's custody or best execution or what the other variables are.
Okay, so we got about a minute left. So this is a 20-second question for each of you. What is an observation that you'd like to share with the audience that you've learned recently about the space? So I'll go quickly and say the number of FAs that are now contemplating putting at least 1% of their client's portfolio into crypto is up exponentially in the last 6 months. MC.
Yeah, I'd say the number of asset issuers who are looking to launch an on-chain asset is also exponentially increased in the last 3 months, 6 months, 12 months. Yeah.
Caroline.
So everybody asks me, how do we prevent regulation from enforcement from happening again? How do we prevent the criminalization of a technology? And I've been telling everybody, you have to Uberize it. You have to massively scale it so that way it becomes politically untenable to take it away from people. Look at TikTok. They couldn't take TikTok away from people. You couldn't take Uber away from people, and Uber had violated a lot of laws when it first came out. The thing is that the last administration ignored the laws that were on the books and ignored the rules that were on the books. So it has to be something else, a Bitcoin in every brokerage account.
Good.
For me, it's the emergence of on-chain execution this year. Hyperliquid's turning a lot of heads. They're the first meaningful competitor to Binance. They're exposing some of the gaps in the regulatory framework to have US participation, but that story's got legs.
Guys, thank you very much. Great panel. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys. Awesome. Well done. Good job. Good job, guys. Sorry, it was about 30 seconds over. Sorry about that.
Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. I'm Paul Graywald, Chief Legal Officer at Coinbase. More importantly, I am joined this morning by the Secretary of the Department of Labor. We are just so lucky and thrilled to be joined by the Honorable Lori Chavez-DeRemer. Just a bit of background for those of you less familiar with her illustrious history in public service. The Secretary has rather humble roots in her public service, beginning as a Parks Commissioner, working your way all the way up to Mayor, a Member of Congress, serving on the very influential and important Ag Committee before taking her current office, responsible for the health, growth, and ultimate prosperity of America's labor force. So, Madam Secretary, welcome.
Thank you for having me. I was really excited when I received the invitation to be here in front of this group because I think it's an exciting time under this administration. So thank you again for having me.
It's our pleasure. Why don't we get to it?
Okay.
I want to start by something of great interest to many in this room and all around the country, which was your recent action taken to rescind guidance at the Department of Labor that really discouraged companies and other organizations from including crypto offerings in their 401k plans. And I would love to just, first of all, say thank you for that. I think many here appreciate what that meant.
Thank you. It's a good decision. Good decision.
Well, could you take us into a bit of your thinking behind that decision and sort of what led you to take this important action?
No, thank you very much for saying that. And you kind of mentioned my background. Oftentimes I have said, whether it's local government, federal government, or even at the executive branch, anything that we do that's adversarial to the American worker, American business is probably not good policy. So my goal when I became the secretary was to take a hard look and analyze all of the rules and regulations that not only have happened throughout the Department of Labor's history, but really in this last administration. So we wanted to take a look at the Biden administration's regulations, make sure that they were in line with the administration's goals and policies, and this was one that really stood out and said, this is not freedom, this is not how we're going to do business. So to rescind that regulation, I think, was key. The federal government and this administration understands that this should be up to the fiduciaries in relationships with their investors and the retirees to do so, and that seemed like an easy fix. So we were glad to do it, and as we move forward with looking at other regulations in general, and for all sectors of the economy, we'll take a hard look at understanding, does this work for the American worker and for the American people? And if it doesn't, we shouldn't be putting our thumb on the scale.
No thumbs on the scale. I think that is music to many of our ears.
For sure.
Certainly for those of us who suffered a very different standard over the last 4 years. Is it fair to expect, Madam Secretary, that we're going to see these same principles focused on freedom and fairness apply to other rules, other regulations that may have been holding workers back?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was kind of alluding to. As we continue down this road and understanding when policies and regulations and rules are made, they really do affect so many in every sector. My job and my responsibility, one, to the administration and to the American people, is to understand what they're going through, how they deal with it every single day, and can they have certainty when we're making these types of decisions that really allow for innovation and technology to advance. And what we're seeing in the marketplace today is the advancement of all of these types of different technologies, whether it's in cryptocurrency, whether it's in AI. The president has leaned in, and so we'll take a hard look at all rules and regulations, despite the sector, and make sure that we are working for the American people.
One of the most destructive effects of the approach of the previous 4 years was to send a lot of jobs in crypto that were born here in the United States overseas to other markets. People were literally taking their talents along with their laptops and their capital to other parts of the world. Can you talk a bit about your perspective on how reasonable, sensible crypto rules here in the United States can help bring some of those jobs back?
Well, we want to level the playing field. I think we've heard over and over again, really in the Trump 1 administration, but certainly in this, really last few months, he has leaned in to say he wants American dominance. You can't have American dominance if we're sending our workforce and our industries overseas. We needed to bring those industries back, and the president, tens of trillions of dollars reinvested into the United States of America, is going to bring the workforce back right here on American soil, and that's how we're going to be dominant. And so with cryptocurrency, with crypto, with all of the new advances in the high-end technology, we're going to need that workforce right here on the ground. And so as part of the equation for myself as the labor secretary is to make sure that we're assisting those companies as they onshore. Will they have the skilled workforce and the skilled training ready to go on day one? And I think that's often a concern in the labor market. I've been a business owner for 20 years with my husband, and you do need to have a guarantee that you have the workforce ready to go, or you can't scale it. And we need to make sure that we can scale it right back here in the United States.
I appreciate you're also highlighting the fact that you're a Secretary of Labor who's also had to manage a payroll.
That's right. I think I have to check on this, but I've been told, I believe I'm the 30th Labor Secretary, but the only one who's been just a regular business owner and not a labor attorney. So, bringing that common sense approach to back into the executive branch, I think is helpful for just everyday average Americans who are trying to understand what's the next step. And so when I think of the lens that I make decisions on, it's, wait, I was a mayor, I'm a business owner. I'm a former member of Congress. I've been on both sides of the dais, and now I work for the President of the United States to be on the road and understand what does the American workforce need.
So important. You mentioned, obviously, in addition to reshoring or onshoring American jobs that may have been lost over the last several years, it's critically important that we focus on developing skills and talents here at home and developing that workforce to grow the number of jobs in our industry as well as many others. Can you share with the audience a little bit about your thinking around workforce development?
Well, again, market demands is where I like to lead from. What does the market need? What are you all asking for? What does every industry need? And now they need it quicker, faster, and on time, and not spending a ton of money while they're educating the workforce that they need. One of the executive orders by the President of the United States, of course, is to have 1 million apprentices, active apprentices. We sit anywhere around 680, 700,000 now. What I am doing is focus on expanding that apprenticeship program, registered apprentices with the Department of Labor. For instance, an example that has never happened before. That's often been in the skilled trades, primarily, the construction trades, but it's not really been in private industry where they want to register their apprentices. But the president has asked 1 million. We also need them skilled in AI. We need them to understand what the jobs are of today, modernization of that. So I'm working hard. I'm traveling across the country on my 50-state America at Work tour to understand exactly the type of skilled training that everybody needs in every sector, and then do my best to lean in and fulfill those executive orders for the president. We're going to need that. We're seeing 2-year degrees, 4-year degrees. Traditionally, we've often seen the 4-year degrees over the last 20 years. People want to work while they earn while they learn, and they need that upskilling and reskilling for today's modern workforce, and so that's where our focus is going to be.
I think it's an incredibly important focus. In crypto and in industries like it, we sometimes tend to overlook the importance of skilled trades and community college and developing workforce skills. Whether it's mining operations, it could be any number of different elements of our industry. Those are important elements, aren't they?
Absolutely. Innovation is where we've often, at least from the government's perspective, I will always say 100% of the time the private industry does it better than the public. But if we can partner public and private industry together, and we can work with our education, community colleges, career and technical education, we're often seeing now on those campuses where private sector companies are building centers of excellence right there, and they're working together collaboratively. I would not know that unless one, being, again, a former mayor, has helped to understand what's on the ground is the only thing that matters in a community. But I need to go out and be on the road, and that's why events like today and working with different industries, I can understand exactly what you all need and then, put that in play. And I can't do that if I think that I know better sitting in Washington, D.C. That doesn't make any sense to me. So I'm out there, I'm trying to understand exactly what you all need, and then assisting you in having that workforce ready to go so that, the bottom line matters. Time is money, and everybody wants a skilled worker yesterday, and we have to make sure that we have those workers available.
We sure do. You shared with me that your time as a mayor really sort of shaped and influenced how you think about making good policy. I wonder if you might share with the audience, what lessons, if any, you learned from that experience that are directly applicable to the work you're doing now?
Sure. Well, everybody knows where a mayor is all the time. It doesn't matter if you're getting up in the morning, taking your kids to school, if you're out on the street, you're going to the grocery store, they will find you, they will talk to you about everything that matters, because that's where people invest their time and money for their future. They get up in the morning, they want to know that they can get out the door safely, get on some safe roads, get to work, get home by the end of the day, take their kids to the park, lock their doors, and know that there's not going to be any issues. That's really just the basic premise of understanding when we make decisions at a local level. I've taken that. When I was in Congress, I used to call myself the mayor of Oregon's 5th District because I wanted people to know that I was always available and accessible. I would give out my cell number to everybody. As a Secretary of Labor, I do the exact same thing. I expect people to understand that they have access to understanding what we do every single day and how it affects you. When I'm making a decision on a rule or a regulation, and I'm working with Congress on a policy, and then the president ultimately will sign something, I need to know that that's exactly what was meant to be. And I kind of mentioned to you previous, the freedom that the president is giving his secretaries in giving us the latitude to move about the cabin. I say that, when you hear that on an airplane where it says, you're free to now move about the cabin, that's how I feel about this administration. The secretaries have been deployed across the United States together for a reason, and that's to understand what the American people want. Come back and report to the president, and let's get the job done. And we understand that. But you wouldn't know that unless you're in local government and really pay attention to what matters most to people. And that's usually their families, and at the end of the day, that they can provide for them and have that freedom to do so. That's what you all are doing here every single day. And that's why decisions at the Department of Labor that just assisted in that will allow you that certainty to continue down a road where ultimately it will feed into national security, United States dominance. And if you know the President of the United States at all, he doesn't do anything lightly. He wants to lean into this so that we are winning not only in the crypto space, but the AI space, that the United States is leading the way.
You have had a unique vantage point on the working style of this president. I wonder if you could just share with many of us who have not had that opportunity, what it's like to see President Trump working day to day on American competitiveness, innovation. How does work style affect the substance of the policy?
Well, I certainly hope that you all recognize that he works nonstop. I think 20 to 22 hours a day. I don't know how he has the energy to do it, but that culture that he has asked the secretaries and the cabinet to do is exactly the same. And now that culture has been implemented into most of our agencies, where we are on the clock 24/7. I think the president certainly understands that we're in a period of time in this country that the window is very small to capitalize, because if the United States isn't doing it, other countries will do that. And he understands that, and you can see it through his trade talks. You can see it when he's negotiating. You can see it when he comes back. I was with him in Pittsburgh, for instance, for an example, talking to the United Steelworkers, and understanding that if there's an investment there of $14 billion by a company in Japan, Nippon Steel, who merged with US Steel, and then another $14 billion, to see the people on the streets of that small community line when we were there, to understand that this is an investment in their home. So his work style always leads, at least from the Department of Labor's perspective, from the American worker perspective. And then he asks us to do the hard work in order to implement that so they can feel it at home in a quick level. But internally, when we're in our cabinet meetings, we have cabinet meetings every 2 weeks or so. We have another one this Friday. That won't be a secret, because the news media will be invited in for transparency. That is something the president also wants the American people to understand, is that he's being as transparent as you all expect him to be and voted for him to be that way. And again, then we can be real with the American people. So he's quite funny. I love to be around him because he's energetic. And when he says he's going to do something, he does it. And that makes my job easy, that I can then go into my agency and say, this is what we're doing. This is how we're staying focused. And we're always going to lead with the American worker from the Department of Labor's perspective first.
In addition to so much changing in the dynamic of the competition between the United States and so many countries around the world, there are important changes happening in the nature of the work that the American worker is doing. And I'm curious, at the Department of Labor, how are you all thinking about the changing nature of work that people do, and what technologies they're going to require in order to be competitive?
Well, I think the first and foremost thing to say about that is getting out of the way of the innovation that we're seeing on the ground. There are so many young minds that are ready to go spot on. They're native to being on the phone. They're native to AI. They're native to all of things happening very quickly. And so I see that in this sector. We expect money to move around. We want the flexibility and the modernization to do what we need to do in order to protect our own wealth and our own families. And so the Department of Labor's perspective, again, not put the thumb on the scale, but make sure that we are enforcing the laws, and that the laws that are on the books make sense to the modernization of today's workforce in 2025. Very different than, even 20 years ago, 10 years ago. The trajectory is quite fast that we're seeing, and so being ahead of that is going to be key. And we've seen the president on this issue, cryptocurrency, also lean in. What happens in the future about where he sees that being, we know that he's on board, and so we're going to assist him in advancing the needs of this country so we can be first in this race.
I alluded earlier to your public service. You mentioned, of course, your equally proud service as a small business owner. You're now the Secretary of Labor. from that unique vantage point, sitting in the middle of all of that, how do you see technologies like crypto, digital assets, blockchains impacting not just the financial industry, not just big business, but small business?
Well, it's again, you know, the little guys never feel like they have the level playing field as the big guys, because maybe they don't have the resources or the support staff or how to manage it or navigate or even mitigate some of the issues that come about. That's the assistance I think the Department of Labor can get, clear guidance on what the policies are. We like compliance at the Department of Labor. We do not like to be penal in our serving up to follow the law. Now, obviously, we follow the law, and if there is any nefarious behavior and somebody wants to double down and know that they're breaking the law, well, we have enforcement capabilities there. But the goal oftentimes is people don't even understand what the laws are. They don't know how to navigate it. They want to see compliance, and we're going to work through education, through opinion letters. My deputy secretary, Keith Sonderling, who worked in Trump administration under the Wage and Hour Division, he understands it very well. I think he's currently talking about innovation and AI and all these across the world. I mean, the United States is on the cusp of being the leader, as always they have been, on the entire globe, and this is just one more sector that we also want to do that in. But we have to have that flexibility for small businesses to be able to, whether it's the employee, to be able to invest. They should have access to the same thing as everybody else. And again, that rule, working with your fiduciaries on being able to invest in cryptocurrency in your 401k, should be made between anybody who has that 401k should be able to do that with their fiduciary and understand what they're getting into. But that's the freedom that the president is asking for.
Now, before you have to scoot back to Washington, I know you have a very packed day ahead of you there in addition to your work here in New York today. I want to ask you one last question. Is there one thing about your priorities as the Secretary of Labor or the work of the Department of Labor in the years that lie ahead that you'd like to just underscore or highlight for this audience and everybody watching all over the country and around the world?
Well, I think, again, I'm going to reiterate it. I kind of just said it, but I think you will always look to me, I would imagine, for that certainty and understanding what regulations are going to mean to the industry. And you're going to look for that guidance throughout. And you're going to ask, and oftentimes you see guidance and rules and rulemaking take so long. And how can you possibly plan for an industry and or a business? Even on a 5-year strategic plan is sometimes difficult. And when we give you lead time, at least from the government's perspective, sometimes a 30-day or a 60-day turnaround doesn't make for good business and it doesn't make for good planning. So my goal is to always be transparent. It's always to give you clear guidance. And that's for all industries in general. And then again, to reiterate this administration's I would say number one goals are to be leading in all of these higher new technology and modernization of the workforce, and then giving him that workforce that he needs to do the job and deliver to the American people to grow it and be dominant here right at home. The secretaries are all on board. Again, we have our next cabinet meeting tomorrow, and you'll hear about this one big, beautiful bill that we are working with our colleagues in Congress to do, and I would imagine that will also give some framework to not only this industry, but to many others.
Well, good luck to you in your cabinet meeting tomorrow. Good luck to you in all of your work at the Department of Labor. Ladies and gentlemen, the 30th Secretary of the Department of Labor, Lori Chavez-DeRemer. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thanks. Thank you so much.
Well, I now have the additional privilege and pleasure of introducing a short interview we recorded earlier with the AI and crypto czar, David Sachs. I think to many of you in this room and watching all over the world, David Sachs is no stranger. I'll just highlight that in just a few months, we've seen a complete change in the tone and substance of the conversation around crypto in Washington, and I think a large part of the credit for that goes to David Sachs. So without any further ado, I give to you the AI and crypto czar, David Sachs.
Hi, everyone. I'm Paul Graywall. I'm the Chief Legal Officer at Coinbase, and today I'm honored to be speaking with the venerable David Sachs, who serves as the White House AI and crypto czar, putting him at the helm of building a pro-crypto infrastructure for the United States and fulfilling the vision of President Trump of making the United States the crypto capital of the world. David, I think we can both agree crypto is at an unprecedented moment. We've had years of regulatory uncertainty and chaos under the previous administration. And now we have an administration that is committed to making America, as I said, the crypto capital of the world, and critically a Congress that sees the potential of this industry and of this innovation and taking bipartisan action to make that happen. There are so many debates and discussions that are folding right now in Washington that are going to shape the path of this transformational technology for years to come. I'd love to get your views on where we are, where things are headed, and anything else that this important audience needs to understand in order to make this vision a reality. So let me first of all just start again by saying thank you, David Sachs, for joining us.
Well, Paul, good to be here. And I think we are at an incredible moment because we're about to get stablecoin legislation passed through the Senate. The Genius Act just passed a very important procedural milestone, which is the cloture vote, which means that it got over 60 votes in the Senate. And so that means there won't be a filibuster. I think it's on track to pass. And just getting any kind of crypto legislation passed through Congress with enough bipartisan support to, again, exceed that critical 60 vote threshold in the Senate. So it's on its way to the president's desk. I mean, this is a pretty incredible moment for the crypto community. And I think that not only will we get the stablecoin bill done, I think that the market structure legislation is coming up next. And I think there's a very good chance we'll get that done. And then separate from all of that is all the things we're doing on the regulatory side with all the departments and agencies. It's really been an incredible transition from where we were, let's say, a year ago, when the crypto community was under assault. Crypto founders were being debanked. Not only were their companies unable to get bank accounts, but they were being debanked personally as part of Operation Choke Point 2.0. We had, when we did the crypto summit at the White House a couple of months ago, there were founders who said that a year ago, they thought it was more likely that they'd be in the big house than the White House. I mean, they thought that, they were all being prosecuted, and because the SEC and the DOJ under Biden had taken this regulation through prosecution approach. They wouldn't tell founders what the rules were. They would just start prosecuting them. And then founders would have to figure out, okay, well, I guess, we can't do this anymore. So, it was very unfair. And I think the president really, sympathized with the crypto community. He himself had experienced unprecedented lawfare, and he could see that this lawfare approach was being taken with the crypto community. And he really wanted to stop it and provide regulatory clarity. And that's the thing that I've heard the most from the crypto community over the past couple of years is, look, just tell us what the rules are. We're happy to abide by the rules. We just want legal clarity. And the Biden administration was never willing to provide that. And as a result of that, all the innovation was being driven offshore. And so I think, it's our view at the Trump administration is we just want the rules to be clear. We want them to be fair. We want founders and companies to be able to easily abide by those rules. We want to protect consumers. And as a result of that, we want the crypto industry to blossom onshore and for the innovation to happen here. And I think we're well on our way to making that a reality.
David, clear rules that everybody can follow doesn't seem like a terribly controversial goal. With so much progress in such a short period of time since taking office, what's the mood like right now inside the office when it comes to crypto and crypto policy?
I mean, I think it's very positive. I think, again, we're about to get legislation passed. I think we've made huge progress on the inside the agencies with rulemaking. And I think it's very positive. I mean, everyone's very optimistic right now. Things have gone as well as we could have hoped. I mean, I knew that President Trump would be extremely supportive towards crypto. What we couldn't have known was how much bipartisan support we would get. And it looks to me like this, the stablecoin bill, the Genius Act, will be the first piece of bipartisan legislation that's able to pass in years. I mean, I can't remember the last time a bill got through the Senate with bipartisan support, enough to get 60 votes. So, I think things are going incredibly well for the crypto community. And I think it all started with President Trump's victory in the election and his leadership on this issue and his support for the crypto community.
I think President Trump's leadership is unquestionable. Can I ask you, David, just taking a small step back, you're someone who's worked in so many cutting edge industries and on so many innovations throughout your career. When it comes to crypto, what convinced you that this was an important technology worth championing at the highest levels of government? So much so that you've made all kinds of sacrifices to personally make that happen.
Well, I bought my first Bitcoin, I think it was like in 2010 or 2011. I think I bought it when it was, I think I remember the price. I think it was like $100 or $120 per coin. And so, I mean, this is something that I've been interested in and been tracking for a long time. And, crypto was one of the areas that I invested in. I was not, a full-time, like exclusive crypto investor, but it was definitely something that I was tracking and would invest in founders that I believed in. And I just thought this is an important area of innovation. Back in 2017, I actually helped co-found a company called Harbor, which was trying to do tokenized securities on the blockchain. I think back then it was just too early an idea. And the company ended up getting acquired, but it was something that, it was a use of blockchains that I thought was very natural and I can still see happening. I know a lot of people are trying to make that happen now. And I think the timing for that might be, and the timing for that might have finally arrived. But, this is a technology that I've always been interested in and think should be explored by founders. And, we want companies thriving in the space. And I saw what was happening to a lot of these founders being driven offshore, and I thought it was very unfair. And I just thought it should get fixed. And when this, I didn't expect to be going into government. I supported President Trump during the campaign. It was actually just a little over a year ago that we did an event for him in San Francisco, and we actually had a lot of crypto founders there, and we essentially helped kind of broker some of these introductions, and then I got offered this position, again, not expecting to go into government or anything like that, but I just thought it was a role where I could just help the crypto community and help the country, because ultimately, again, we want this innovation happening here.
I don't think there's any doubt that the event at your home a little over a year ago was a watershed moment in the relationship between President Trump and this industry. David, you've worked now much more closely with the president than many, indeed most of us watching this conversation. What's your sense of what it is about crypto that resonates with the president and his values and his priorities in this administration?
Well, number one, he wants the United States to win, right? He wants America to win. He wants America to be number one. And he understands that this is a very important area of technology. This is a cutting edge technology, and he wants America to be the best at it. He wants the innovation happening here. And this is why he said during the campaign that he wants the United States to be the crypto capital of the planet. We want this technology and this innovation happening in the United States as opposed to being driven offshore. I think in addition to that, I think on a deeply personal level, like I mentioned, he feels that the crypto community was really mistreated, that you had this, again, regulation by prosecution approach. You had this lawfare approach where founders were they were not only prosecuted, and you had all these horrible legal actions against them when it wasn't even clear what they had done wrong. But then you also had this like almost clandestine operation, this choke point to kick people out of the banking system without any adjudication whatsoever. And I think the president was subject to this unprecedented lawfare himself. And so I think that when he hears these stories about founders being mistreated this way, I do think that it resonates on some level with him personally, because I think that he was subject to such absurd and ridiculous lawfare. So in any event, I think that's just an extra dimension to it. But I think first and foremost, he wants the United States to be successful. And I think that means having all cutting edge technology, in the United States.
Yeah, I think it's such an obvious and important element of an all of the above strategy for the U.S. to compete globally. David, I've always been impressed with your deep training in the law and your insights in the law. But to this audience, obviously it's your background as an investor that I think is of greatest interest. Can I ask you, from the perspective of an investor, how do you see regulatory clarity really helping the average retail investor that may not have access to the opportunities and resources that many in this room have?
Well, I think that when you have a clear regulatory framework, it benefits everybody because it creates trust. So, like for example, with stablecoins, I mean, we already have. I mean, the stablecoin product is, there's a number of companies doing it, is already extremely successful. I think the total float of stablecoins today is over 225 billion. So obviously, it's a successful product, but I think that it'll grow even more once we have a regulatory framework for it, because now you can trust that all these stablecoin issuers have met the standards. So, for example, under the Genius Act, I think stablecoin issuers are subject to quarterly audits, and they have to fully reserve for the issuance of their stablecoins. So now you can trust that if you get issued a token by an onshore stablecoin issuer, that the money is sitting there waiting in a bank account, so that if you ever want to redeem and cash out, it's there. And there have been at times questions or panics about, well, does this company or that company actually have the money in their, in their bank account? What if everyone cashed out at the same time? Would they be able to redeem? And when you have the regulatory certainty, it eliminates questions like that. So I think that it's just good to have this certainty. It protects investors, it protects stablecoin holders alike. And, and I think that's why capital markets in the United States are the most trusted in the world, is because you want to have the right balance between, freedom to trade, freedom to custody, but you also want there to be some degree of oversight so that essentially there's third-party verification of people's claims and statements, right? And so you can put more trust in those claims. And I think that we want to find the right balance, obviously, and I think that that's why you want a clear legal framework.
It's amazing how clarity can lead to confidence, and confidence can lead to liquidity. David, I'm eager to hear your thoughts as well on the market structure bill, and any thought, any ideas you have there about how you think a market structure bill will, again, promote not only that confidence we talked about, but adoption, which is obviously critical.
Yeah. So the purpose of the market structure bill is to again provide clarity in terms of what's a security, what's a commodity, what's just a collectible. It's not an investment contract, and then providing rules around those things so that founders can easily comply with that. I think there's been a lot of ambiguity over the last several years in terms of what constitutes a security in this space. And that's because, crypto is a new thing. I mean, you have these tokens that serve a protocol and they provide functionality, but then, they're also traded on, secondary exchanges, and then you can also issue them and potentially use them for fundraising. So it is a new kind of thing. And I think that they've been kind of caught in the middle, and people haven't been clear about, again, what's an investment contract, what's not. Now, I think that problem, that those ambiguities were exacerbated during the Biden administration by just their hostile intent towards the crypto community. They did not want to work with the crypto community in terms of resolving these questions. They really just wanted to shut it down. And, one of the things I heard from crypto founders is that, things like, Gensler, the former chair of the SEC, would say things like, well, just come in and talk to us. We just want to work with you.
And register.
Yeah, just come in. And then founders would go in and talk to the SEC, and they'd have somebody from the enforcement division there just kind of taking notes. And then the next day they get a Wells notice and they start getting prosecuted. So why would you want to go into the SEC and talk to them when anything you say can and will be used against you? There was no true there's no true good intent in terms of truly working with founders to resolve these ambiguities. And I think now we have a different SEC. I think, Paul Atkins just got confirmed, and I think he's terrific. And in the meantime, Hester Peirce has created this SEC task force, on crypto. And they've actually been holding these public roundtables where they're actually listening to the crypto community. And I think that they're working in a true collaborative spirit to try and resolve these questions and putting forward the regulatory framework so that we have the right balance between regulation and innovation, right? And now, I think that if I think that if we never had to worry about the other side ever regaining control, if we never had to worry about a future Gary Gensler at the SEC, I think that what Hester Peirce and Paul Atkins come up with would be fine. But the reality is that you just never know. And so I think that the purpose of the market structure bill, in a way, is to enshrine and make permanent the regulatory framework that they're coming up with now. And again, it's these. If you're a founder and you're looking to create a company, you want to know that the legal situation, legal framework that you're operating under won't shift like quicksand in a couple of years. You want to know that this is going to be the framework for 10 or 20 years. And, because otherwise you might choose a jurisdiction to do your startup where that does provide that certainty. So, at the end of the day, I think the purpose of legislation is just provide that stability. And it's precisely because it's so hard to get legislation passed that it also creates tremendous stability. Again, if you need 60 votes to pass something, it also takes 60 votes to change it. You could argue that in a way that's almost too high. It's kind of a supermajority standard. But if you do manage to get a bill passed, then it does provide tremendous stability in our system. And so I think there's a very good chance that, well, first of all, I think the Genius bill is going to pass. I think we will get that framework for stablecoins, and I think we will get that framework for market structure next.
Solutions grounded in legislation, stability that is built to last. I can't think of a better theme to end this conversation on. David Sachs is the AI and crypto czar. He is a patriot, and he has been very generous in sharing his time with us today. So, David, I just want to say thank you for all that and more.
Thanks, Paul. Yeah, great being with you today.
Okay, what a morning. We've covered ground across markets, infrastructure, policy. Now, for those of you on the live stream, we're going to be back at 2:15 Eastern sharp. A live stream link will be put up in our socials. If you thought this morning was great, do not miss the afternoon. Okay, now that we're alone, hang out with us for several minutes. We're going to walk through the experiences we have ready for you this afternoon during and after lunch. To do that,
the more I want of you, the more I want to be, the more that the years down. I want you back to be. The more I want of you, the more I want to be, the more that the years down. I want you back to be. The more. Get in the moment, stop what you're doing. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Get in the moment, stop what you're doing. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Get in the moment, stop what you're doing. Oh yeah, oh I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go. Go, go. I'm ready to go. I'm ready. fly. It takes you over from somewhere deep inside. It takes you over, makes you feel alive. It takes you over, arms out wide, arms out wide. younger self was only a shadow, looking for the possible ways, different ways to grow, different ways to grow. The more I want you, the more I want you here. The more you got to be yourself. I want you to be. Nah, nah. The more I want you, the more I want you here. The more you got to be yourself. I want you to be. Nah, nah. The more I want you, the more I want you here. The more you got to be yourself. I want you to be. Nah, nah. The more. The more I want you, the more I want you here. The more you got to be yourself. I want you to be. Nah, nah. The more I want you, the more I want you here. The more you got to be yourself. I want you to be. Nah, nah. The more. The more you got to be yourself. I want you to be. Nah, nah. The more. Get in the moment. Stop what you're doing. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Get in the moment. Stop what you're doing. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Get in the moment. Stop what you're doing. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Get in the moment. Stop what you're doing. Oh yeah, oh yeah. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go. I'm
good to be with you here. All right, we've got some great product announcements coming up this afternoon, but I thought to kick it off, I would zoom out for a minute and talk about why are we doing all this? Why are we here? Well, the mission of Coinbase is to increase economic freedom in the world. And we think crypto is a unique enabling technology to accomplish this mission. So what does economic freedom actually mean? Well, first, it means that it's your money. You should be able to do whatever you want with it. It means cutting out the middlemen with their high fees and their added delays and friction in the economy. It means fast, cheap, and global payments for people all over the world, anybody with a smartphone. And crypto is ultimately about freedom and individual sovereignty. So crypto has an important role to play now more than ever because of what's going on in the economy. Usually when you see an up and to the right graph like this in a product demo, it's a good thing. Well, this is not a good thing. This is the US federal government debt, and it's expanding at an exponential pace. I think people right now are really feeling a lack of surety about their money, about deficit spending, and this is not just true in the United States, it's true of democracies around the world. And so it's also not a coincidence that we're seeing all-time high prices of Bitcoin. People are turning to Bitcoin as a refuge from inflation and deficit spending, and it's ultimately going to be a check and balance on this kind of activity. If this continues, there's a very good chance Bitcoin becomes the next reserve currency of the world. Now, while Bitcoin is a store of value, and it's a check and balance on deficit spending, stablecoins are the medium of exchange. They're also having a massive up and to the right graph, but this time it's a very good thing. The stablecoin market cap is up 50% year over year, and it's totally uncorrelated with crypto trading volume. So crypto has really found its next daily use case in stablecoins, and this is really just the beginning. Now at Coinbase, we are really trying to drive crypto adoption and grow the TAM of crypto, and we've always believed that this would happen in 3 phases. So that first phase is really about crypto as an investment platform. It started off with Bitcoin, we listed more crypto assets, and now we're seeing tokenization of real-world assets as they come on chain. In fact, in the last year, the tokenization of real-world assets was up over 200x. There's about $20 billion that came on in the last year. But crypto is not just about trading, it's also updating financial services. And our vision here is not to just put a modern UI on top of the same old payment rails. We're building a new financial system layer by layer from the ground up. New rails, new money, and new financial services, like Bitcoin-backed loans using DeFi and stablecoin payments. And then finally, the third phase, crypto is not just going to be about financial services, it's also a platform for the next generation of internet applications. And I'm really excited for Jesse from the Base team to come up later today with some of our industry experts out there who are building this future. We're seeing things like decentralized identity, decentralized social media, use cases like prediction markets really start to take off and go mainstream. And the future of the internet applications are really going to be built on chain as well. Okay, so we've got some exciting product announcements coming up in this theme of how do we go through these different phases. And they all relate to Coinbase's 2025 top priorities, which are around our core business growth of trading and payments. So I'm really excited to give you a sneak preview, and then we'll have leaders from Coinbase come up and give you some more detail later today on each of these. So first, Coinbase has served large financial institutions and large companies for a long time. We actually serve over 200 institutions like BlackRock and PayPal and Stripe. But today, we're announcing a new product for startups and medium-sized businesses called Coinbase Business. Second, we're announcing a powerful set of payment APIs that bridge the gap between stablecoins and fiat currencies in different countries around the world. Number 3, we're expanding our core business around trading by introducing derivatives, especially options trading with the recent acquisition we made of Deribit. And we're also seamlessly integrating decentralized exchange, or DEX trading, into our products, which will help us go from a couple of hundred assets you can trade to ultimately millions. And fourth, we're building a new consumer payment product that lets you spend crypto anywhere in the world with incredible cashback rewards. So in summary, crypto is eating the financial services industry, and Coinbase is the leading crypto company. And with that, I want to invite a special guest on stage. It's one of our launch partners and somebody who knows more about e-commerce and payments than just about anybody in the world. Please join me in welcoming Toby Lutke, the CEO of Shopify. All right, so there's really nobody better than Toby to talk about e-commerce payments. Shopify is, an 800-pound gorilla in this space. I'd say probably everybody in this room has probably bought something on Shopify, even if you don't know that you did it, because you're often interacting with a store that is owned by that individual person, but Shopify is powering it underneath. And stablecoins are also having a moment. I think there was about $30 trillion of stablecoin volume last year. Yeah. Circle just had a massive IPO, and so Toby, why don't you just tell us your perspective on what this means for commerce right now?
Yeah, so thanks so much for having me and sharing this moment. It's like just an incredible confluence of pieces of infrastructure, vibes, regulatory changes, all coming together to conspire that, this is like the moment I think that a lot of the builders have been waiting for to, just put all these wonderful things together. A lot of this conference, a lot of what you are announcing, a lot of what you guys and everyone in the room is working on is like enablement of these completely new things that haven't been possible. So in a way, I'm here to just balance things out a little bit because I want to talk about commerce, which is absolutely possible already and actually rather boring, but I think can play a really, really outsized role in, or at least a significant push of value for the people who are holding USDC and stablecoins, because at the end of the day, a currency is held by people if they think it's of value to them to hold this currency, and there's a significant amount of fantastic products out in the world in e-commerce behind online stores and Shopify stores and these kind of things that people like purchasing. So.
Yeah, great. Well, okay, so maybe you can help us explain a little bit about why it's so hard to get e-commerce payments specifically working. Because peer-to-peer payments have been working for a long time in crypto, but e-commerce is a different ballgame, and you understand this really well. So maybe you can talk about how we started to make this possible.
Yeah, so it's funny because what crypto solves so wonderfully, effortlessly these days is like that you can send money to obviously anyone on planet Earth in sub-seconds, and thanks to recent developments also with very, very low fees. That seems like that would be the absolute core unlock for commerce, but it really, there's pieces missing. So e-commerce really lives in a world of particular primitives. A purchase is not actually just a clearing of money. There's actually multiple states that a transaction goes through. You might have heard about authorize and capture, which are like these primitives that credit card payments tend to implement. What really happens when you hit pay now in a commerce checkout is that you're coming to an agreement that is still yet to be brokered. The final amount of the price is actually not known at this point, because what actually happens is that inventory is allocated and reserved for you, after which then you'd go talk to all these different backends, like ERP systems. You're going to the shipping companies, you figure out what the shipping costs might be, the taxation, now tariffs. Sometimes the discounts interact with these things, and then you have to recalculate everything right after you figure out that that a new discount applies, and so on and so on and so on. So there's a lot of things happening. So this was just made this, just being able to send money around, especially with zero recourse, just not really tractable for this space in the past.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so credit cards kind of have these core verbs underlying them, like you authorize the charge, you only capture it later once you've reserved the inventory. There's like void and refund, and so we managed to get all this working together, which we'll talk about in a minute. But for right now, let's roll a demo video and show it to people. Awesome.
Yeah, so what's so fun here is like Brian and I have been having probably annual calls for a very, very, very long time to ask, hey, is it like commerce time in crypto? And like,
yeah,
it was almost like, the answer was almost always like, just about, maybe, soon. And so it's awesome. We're here. Like, this is, like, it's all coming together now, which is really, really awesome.
Yeah, and then, you know, it's kind of cool, like, that this finally happened. I mean, what were the key pieces that finally came? Because you and I, about once a year, we would get together and be like, God damn it, why aren't the crypto payments working and e-commerce yet?
Yeah.
This is complicated and that. What made it finally happen now, do you think?
Yeah, so again, a bunch of things like, I mean, stablecoins are obviously key here. I know we say the term a lot, but like, it's very, very bad for e-commerce conversion if you happen to end up with huge regrets for having purchased an item with Bitcoin and then Bitcoin appreciated in the meantime, right? Like, that's obviously bad for conversion rates.
Yeah.
And then the fees were very high, and you know, like, we also at the moment right now, like, Circle had its IPO. You have been public company for a while. You know that these systems, like, and the stable coins are backed by 2 public companies who are both audited, and these things are just usually trust creating. So all of these things conspire, and what we're excited about here is that today, I think we will go in early access. So we are going to make it so that buyers coming to Shopify stores will see a USDC on base payment option, and they'll be able to use it in the same way as anything else. This is something that's going to be in Shopify Payments and in ShopPay. This is starting in early access now, and we are intending to roll this out over the course of a year, default on across the system, because we figured out how to make it so that it's seamless.
Yeah. Yeah, so having a trusted stablecoin with USDC was a key piece. Having more scalable blockchains with Base was a key piece. And then there was a third piece which we had to work on together, and this is where our teams had to come together and actually co-create a smart contract on chain that replicated that functionality. I mean, people have always talked about in crypto that it's programmable money.
Yeah.
And okay, well, we actually had to sit down and try to write this smart contract. So maybe you can give people a little more detail on what this is.
Yeah, and I want to give a shout out to you know, Jesse and the Coinbase team. Like Shopify, again, we are very, very proud of working. In fact, we are super excited to work on really boring things. Like, we are reasonably into commerce and enabling entrepreneurship and these kind of things. We know like more than is probably sane to admit about these topics, so that everyone else doesn't have to, right? Like, it's our entire point is to, like, Shopify loves, Shopify's mission is to cause more entrepreneurship in the world, more opportunity, more, in our own philosophical framework, we are extremely aligned with everything that crypto stands for. We work together with like a Shopify and Coinbase Tiger team work together to
and Stripe too. I mean, we should give our friends at Stripe a big shout out. They played a key role in helping this come together as well. But sorry,
yeah. And so what we did is this is a smart contract that models this sort of complex state machine of taking the escrow money and then releasing it to the merchant if the transaction finally happens. This is an open source smart contract, which we are publishing, I think, also today.
Yeah, I think it's now live.
Yeah.
If people, for developers watching this, if they want to go to the Base GitHub repository, they can see the commerce payment protocol. It's open source. You can submit pull requests. We're hoping that more and more companies adopt this open standard.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's based on EIP 3009 right now, which is solid and like great foundation, works with all wallets, which was one of the conditions. Yeah, here we are. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's making payments more efficient, and I think the plan here is actually there's going to be a 1% cashback reward for any customer paying with USDC. And so the economics of how we can incentivize this start to get really interesting as well later this year. Great, well, I think this is an amazing accomplishment from both our teams. We want to thank them who worked very hard on getting this live. And, you know, it sounds complicated, but I think the big takeaway from my point of view is that
For the first time, this is a large-scale e-commerce platform adopting crypto payments. And it just shows that crypto is updating the financial system. We can make things more efficient, and that's good for merchants, it's good for customers, it's good for the world. So we really appreciate the partnership with Shopify and for you coming out today. So Toby, let's give him a round of applause. Thank you. All right, so next up, I'm going to welcome Alec Lovett to the stage, who's going to talk to you about the future of payments at Coinbase. Let's give him a round of applause.
Sir. Well, Brian and Toby are a tough act to follow, but I'm going to do my best. I'm incredibly excited about the Shopify launch. But the thing is, Shopify is not a one-off. Coinbase is now a platform. So we're extending our capabilities as infrastructure so that the best companies in the world can scale financial applications on our stack. Over the last couple of years, more than 200 companies have built on our crypto as a service product. And this year, we're very excited to be investing in the next phase of our platform, Coinbase Payments. Coinbase Payments is a platform product that empowers any business to innovate with stablecoins. It makes it dead simple to get started with stablecoins. It has simplified business onboarding, an intuitive UI, and a powerful suite of payments APIs that unlock stablecoin use cases, all with the safety and controls that users expect from a Coinbase product. Now I know there has been a lot of hype about crypto payments over the years, but we're now at a point where the technology is delivering. So the bedrock of Coinbase Payments is USDC and Base. As you've heard a lot today, we are the largest distributor of USDC globally, and Base is our L2 blockchain, which is purpose-built for enterprise-grade payments. When we put USDC and Base together, we have a store of value and a money movement rail that can massively simplify global money movement. Not surprisingly, smart companies are figuring this out, and they're tapping into USDC and Base to get faster money movement, more efficient cross-border, and global payment acceptance. Just to give you a sense of scale, the USDC Base network settles $1 trillion monthly. The fastest growing portion of that is bona fide payments volume. Over the last year, we've nearly doubled the size of the USDC ecosystem in close partnership with Circle. And while that revenue line is important, it's not the end goal. Our #1 priority is building partnerships with innovative companies that can help us grow the stablecoin ecosystem and participate in stablecoin upside. Earlier this year, Stripe, a company that we admire, announced support for USDC and Base across their payments product. This was a huge milestone for mainstream adoption, and the first of many such announcements we expect from companies outside the crypto industry. And it's not just plugging in USDC and Base. Forward-thinking businesses are building on Coinbase Payments to scale stablecoin solutions. So just to name a few, SAP, Deal, and Shopify are all building on our platform. SAP is integrating with Coinbase and USDC to enable cross-border treasury management and stablecoin-based B2B payments. Deal uses Coinbase and USDC to power stablecoin payouts to contractors all over the world. These payouts provide instant access to USD liquidity and the ability to earn competitive yield on savings anywhere in the world. And as we heard just a moment ago, we're launching a payments acceptance product with Shopify, allowing over 2 million merchants on their platform to accept stablecoin and USDC at checkout. So we're past the hype, we're on to real usage, and we're building all the platform tools that you need to get started with stablecoins. So as you think about stablecoins and building your stablecoin strategy, we'd love to partner with you. But we're not stopping here. We also want to extend these capabilities to businesses of all sizes, including everyday businesses. So I'm going to invite my colleague Sid up to the stage. We'll talk about that next.
Thanks, Alec. Hi, folks. Running a business is not an easy job. Founders and entrepreneurs are like hustling every single day of the week. They're hiring employees, closing deals, searching for product market fit, cutting costs. And on top of all of this, the number one pain point that they often have is around money management and payments. They hire employees around the world, and there's no easy way to pay them. They pay very high credit card fees, and very often they face unfair chargebacks that eat into their margins. Their payments are stuck in very long payout cycles, and so that's where their working capital is stuck. And all the while, their hard-earned cash is often sitting in a business bank account, earning next to nothing. Now, the good news is that crypto and stablecoins can fix all of this. For the first time, we have the technology to send $1 anywhere in the world for under a cent in under a second. But I know everyone in this room knows that already. But what's been missing so far is packaging that technology into a product that's really easy and accessible for businesses. And so that's why today we're so excited to announce Coinbase Business. So Coinbase Business, thank you. Coinbase Business is our one-stop operating account for the modern business. If you're a founder, think of this as your one-stop shop to go here and manage all of your global money and payments. You can do everything from making payments. So as you saw earlier today, we already have customers using Coinbase to pay vendors, contractors, and employees around the world. It's also a great way to get paid. With Coinbase Business, you can accept payments instantly from customers anywhere in the world. We already have customers today that are shipping apps in the App Store, and they're using crypto payments so that they don't have to pay the 30% App Store tax, and they're enjoying no chargebacks, low fees, and instant payouts. They're taking all of those revenues now that they're earning that they wouldn't have earned otherwise and reinvesting it into growing their business. We're also bringing the best of Coinbase to all of our business customers now. You can store and trade really easily with Coinbase Business, whether you want to store any kind of crypto or stablecoin or your local fiat currencies. We've got you covered with seamless treasury management and trading. So as you've seen recently in the news, governments and larger institutions around the world have started to hodl Bitcoin on their treasury. And now with Coinbase Business, every business can. And if you hold USDC on Coinbase Business, you can also earn up to 4.5% APY. So if you're a founder and you have your cash sitting in a business bank earning next to nothing, Coinbase Business is a great option where you can earn 4.5%. We've also heard from business owners that they often need to build integrations with the rest of their stack. And so we've shipped APIs that let you seamlessly and automatically handle all of your payments and trading and money movement. It's also really important to have clean books. And so we've built seamless integrations so that you can reconcile everything you do on Coinbase Business back into your accounting software like QuickBooks or Xero through some of our partnerships. And finally, we've made it easy. So onboarding has never been simpler. We've built a brand new business onboarding flow that's self-service, no fee, and fast approvals. When crypto works for small business, it works for everyone. And that's why we're just so excited to give this operating account to every business and startup that's out there so that all of them can run their business on Coinbase. I'm happy to share that we're already live in an alpha preview today with over 1,000 customers on the wait list. And so if you want your business to run on modern, faster, better money, please sign up for the waitlist and follow us on Twitter and Farcaster. Now, Coinbase Business is just the start of how we're serving institutions of all sizes. But now to share what's next for the larger institutions and what they're doing with crypto, I'm going to invite up Greg and Luke to talk about that. Thank you.
Just a few weeks ago, Coinbase announced a historic transaction, the largest in crypto history to date, and one that I think will change the global crypto derivatives landscape well into the future. Coinbase announced our acquisition of Deribit, the leader in crypto options, and I'm thrilled today to be joined by Luke Stryer, CEO of Deribit. Welcome, Luke. It's great to be here with you.
Thanks, Greg. Thanks. Thank you as well. Thanks for having me. Glad to be here. Haven't been in the US for a while.
Great to have you. So we are so excited about this transaction for a host of reasons, and I'd love to hear yours. But from our point of view, this really rounds out the portfolio that we have today. We're the largest regulated player in the spot market. We have our U.S. futures market. We have our perpetuals exchange, the international exchange, and adding options is a big deal, and it really makes for what we believe is the most comprehensive portfolio in the marketplace today. The second thing is, Luke, you've built, and you can describe this, an incredible team that's based out of the UAE and out of Europe. And we think this is a critical way in which the institutional business is going to project itself globally with a team that really has its finger on the pulse of the needs of the international derivatives trader. And third, and maybe most importantly, an excellent risk management capability that we think will tie together all of these various things in the market portfolio into a capital efficient, a single capital efficient means for the client to have the best possible capital efficient experience. And so, Luke, maybe from your point of view, how do you see this helping grow Deribit, and what are you most excited about?
Yeah, so for the ones that don't know us, we've been around for around a decade. We started trading in 2016, and we were completely focused on options from day one, when essentially everyone else focused on other products like spot, perpetuals, etc. We went all into options, which was a difficult decision, but in the end resulted in this moment, I guess. This focus has come at a price, because we haven't developed a lot of features, but we focused on options completely. That means different hardware. That means, so we're not cloud-based. We have a hardware based in London. That means focusing on different services. It means focusing on latencies and processing capacity. It means focusing on risk. It means not focusing on borrowing and lending on an expensive or an extensive spot shelf. So we're completely niche, and Coinbase is the opposite. All the things that we sacrificed over the years to get where we are today is finally being completed. So from our perspective, we have an amazing product. We have 80% market share, 78% just now, looking at notional open interest across all the other peers as well. So we started with 100 a decade ago, and we still have 80% despite firms like Bybit, OKX, Binance, CME trying. So we got here, and now we're reaching like a completion phase by merging, or whatever the proper way of saying is, with Coinbase, and we can finally add the features that we lack. So we're pretty excited, the same as you.
Yeah, that's great. And it seems like your focus has really served you well. You've been able to keep that 80% market share for a very long period of time, so congratulations. And then for us also, it is a highly profitable business, and so it really enhances the profitability of both our institutional business and Coinbase overall. So we're very excited about this, and I'll turn my attention briefly to Coinbase Prime. Coinbase Prime is our flagship product where we integrate together trading, custody, prime financing, custodial staking, and we released a Prime on-chain wallet product. We are the largest regulated custodian in the space. And we think that having all of these things together in one place is our largest differentiator. We have competitors in each different segment, but making it operationally efficient for customers to go from each of these activities, one to the other, just is the biggest differentiator that we have, and it's what's enabled us to win the vast majority of the ETF mandates, and also to participate in some of the largest crypto transactions for corporates that have taken place to date, with the likes of MicroStrategy, Semler Scientific, GameStop, and a host of others. And so we're very excited to introduce everything that we just talked about into Coinbase Prime in the coming couple of quarters, you'll start to see all different forms of derivatives, perpetual futures, our US futures, and options ultimately as well. So you'll see that the second half of the year. The other thing you'll hear a lot about in the coming quarters from the institutional business is something we're very excited about, which Alec referred to earlier, known as crypto as a service. And that's taking all the things that we built, trading, custody, and now payments, and making them available to clients in a way that they can build into their own infrastructure. So today, we power over 200 banks, brokers, fintechs, and others, the likes of eToro and Webull and others that we've announced recently. And this is a space that we're going to double down on. As more firms are coming into crypto, we see this as our opportunity to provide the services to them so they can grow their own business. And so that's something we're very excited about, and we'll have a lot more to say in Q3. And so with that, we're very excited to be here. We're excited to have this transaction close in the coming quarters. And I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Max Brandsburg, who's going to talk about the consumer business. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I am thrilled to be with you today to talk to you about how we're evolving the main Coinbase app. First, let's start 13 years ago, when Coinbase launched to make it safe and easy to store Bitcoin. It made what had been a complicated niche technology accessible to anyone with an email address, and in doing so, helped spur a whole new on-chain economy. Since then, Coinbase has become a world-class crypto trading platform with millions of users trading hundreds of assets in countries all around the world, with a safe and trusted exchange, with excellent banking partners enabling high-quality on and off ramps, and with world-class security. Coinbase has become the go-to platform for retail traders everywhere. But we're not stopping there. I'm excited to share with you today several product announcements of new things we're doing to accelerate Coinbase's path to becoming the #1 financial app in the world. First, as the on-chain economy has evolved, we've seen millions of assets get created and traded on decentralized exchanges. But only few people have been able to navigate those decentralized exchanges to access and trade the assets that they want. That's why today, I'm incredibly excited to share with you that we will be integrating decentralized exchanges from Base directly into the main Coinbase app, enabling Coinbase users to access and trade millions of assets on-chain as soon as they're created directly in the same safe and trusted Coinbase app they already use. Coinbase will be going from one asset 13 years ago in Bitcoin to hundreds of assets today, to soon having every asset on-chain available to trade in the Coinbase app by default. You'll no longer need to wonder where you can find an asset or navigate the complexity of wallets and decentralized exchanges. With this launch, you can now be confident that if it's on-chain, it's available on Coinbase. We're starting with DEXs on Base, but we'll be expanding from there to other networks and protocols as well. We're also continuing to build out Coinbase Advanced, our advanced trader platform that brings sophisticated trading tools to our entire customer base in the main Coinbase app. Over the last year or so, we've made a concerted effort to expand our derivatives offerings, with derivatives representing 75% of global crypto trading volume. Now, most of that volume has been in perpetual futures outside of the US, and we've made good progress there, with our retail traders doing more than $5 billion in volume in perpetual futures outside the US in May alone. And we'll continue investing there with our international exchange and continued market expansion. But we're not ready to let crypto derivatives trading be a non-US phenomenon alone. That's why I'm excited to share that we will be bringing the same great derivatives products to the US next. As Greg mentioned, we've already announced first of its kind 24/7 crypto futures trading, and we will soon be launching CFTC compliant perpetual futures here in the United States. For US traders, this means you now have access to the most powerful crypto trading product on the market on the safest and most trusted exchange in Coinbase. This is also a huge moment for the US crypto trading market, and I'm proud that we are leading the way with Coinbase Advanced. Now, as our trading platforms continue to push on the bleeding edge of what's possible, we're not stopping there either. We're continuing to expand the suite of offerings on our platform, going beyond trading to offer saving and earning, borrowing, payments, and more, all at market-leading rates. For example, you can now earn 4.5% yield when you hold USDC on Coinbase. That's 5 times the national average savings account rate of 0.6%. USDC on Coinbase is an incredibly powerful product. It's one-to-one backed with market-leading rates, instantly available for trading, payments, and anything else you may need. So it's no wonder that USDC across Coinbase platforms has grown since 2023 from $1 billion to more than $12 billion today. Another way we're helping Coinbase users grow their assets on platform is with staking. You can earn up to 14% yield when you stake your assets on Coinbase, and we offer 8 different assets for our retail customers to stake, including Ethereum and Solana. And just like USDC, our customers love it. Just in the last 2 years alone, staked assets across Coinbase platforms have grown from $4 billion to now more than $15 billion and growing. And earlier this year, we continued to build on this suite of financial services, launching a first-of-its-kind Bitcoin-backed loan product on the main Coinbase app, powered by Morpho's on-chain lending platform, OnBase. With this product, you can instantly take out up to $1 million in USDC on the Coinbase app backed by your Bitcoin as collateral. No lengthy applications, approval process, delayed settlement. The USDC is instantly deposited in your account. You can start earning that 4.5% immediately. You can withdraw it to pay a down payment on a mortgage, to buy a car, for everyday expenses, whatever you need, all without selling your Bitcoin. Now, this product just launched, but even in the early days, it's had tremendous growth with over $300 million in loans outstanding. This is a testament to the power of on-chain finance when it's combined with the safety, trust, and distribution of the Coinbase app. Bringing together the full suite of financial services on Coinbase, Coinbase One has become the no-brainer membership for anyone participating in crypto. Today, with Coinbase One, you can get zero-fee trading, boosted rewards across USDC and staking, account protection benefits, on-chain partner benefits, priority support, and more. And in July, we're making Coinbase One even more accessible by introducing a brand new tier. Coinbase One Basic will be introduced at $4.99 a month, or $49.99 a year, and it will offer the same great benefits of zero-fee trading, boosted rewards, account protection, and more. We see that when our customers adopt Coinbase One, they engage more deeply with crypto and they get more value out of the platform. That's why we're excited to bring these no-brainer benefits to everyone. Whether you're a veteran in crypto or brand new to the space, Coinbase One is the membership for you. And finally, there is one more thing.
The first Bitcoin block was called the Genesis block, the beginning of crypto as we know it. A call to update an aging system. Now, It'll be etched into millions of credit cards all over the world, turning old money into new money, again and again.
With the Coinbase One card, everyday spending just got a whole lot more rewarding, with up to 4% Bitcoin rewards back on every purchase in every category. No more points or cash back that lose their value. Now, every time you spend, you earn rewards that have the potential to grow in value. And the more assets you hold on platform, the more Bitcoin rewards you will earn. Every one of these 17-gram metal cards is etched with the Bitcoin Genesis block, from the first Bitcoin block ever mined, and a symbol of a dawn of a new era of economic freedom around the world. The Coinbase One card, powered by American Express, will be available this fall exclusively to Coinbase One members, including members of the new Coinbase One basic tier at just $49.99 a year. So join Coinbase One now, and to be among the first that hear about when the card is available, sign up on the wait list at coinbase.com/creditcard. To learn more about the Coinbase One card, please welcome Sean Agarwal from Coinbase and Will Stredwick from American Express. Thank you.
Hey. Wow, what does everyone think about that card design? Yeah, look at that. Woo! It's a Genesis block coming to a wallet near you soon. Thank you so much, Will, for being here, and to Amex for your partnership on the Coinbase One card. We're super excited about it. I want to just spend a few minutes to chat a bit more about what this card means to Amex and what folks can expect from it. So maybe to start, can you just share your perspective on why Amex is choosing to partner with Coinbase on this?
Firstly, Sean, thanks so much for having us join you today. We're super excited to be here and even more for the launch. Yeah, so look, why Coinbase? No one in this room needs me to tell you that at the DNA of Coinbase is innovation. You've literally been doing it from the day you were conceived, and sitting here today, it's just rolling and rolling and rolling. Innovation is what Amex is about. We've reinvented the company many times over. In this room today, some of you will know us for travel, some of you will know us for dining, others for lifestyle, maybe digital wallets, maybe tokenization. And we're launching the program with you today on our Agile Partner platform, which is getting us to market so fast. So look, when we think about why Coinbase, the answer is really simple. It's very clear today, and you can see it. Coinbase puts the customer at the center of everything. You think about customer value, you think about the customer experience, you think about how to deliver the product and the service to the customer. And from our point of view, it makes it a totally logical partnership. So, I got to throw that straight back at you. Why Amex?
Well, I think for us, it was pretty easy. First and foremost, we really like the way the Amex and the Coinbase Blue look together. In all seriousness, we took the decision very seriously. And we felt a very strong sense of shared values with Amex, just based on the customer focus that you mentioned and Amex's experience delivering very high quality premium experiences that we think is very much aligned with the Coinbase brand. And so when we were thinking about the right partner, it felt like a very natural fit for us in delivering what we think is a very unique and innovative new card offering to the market. This is also one of Amex's first forays into crypto, and Coinbase being the crypto company in a lot of ways has brought a lot of consumers into the market. And so I'm just curious, Will, to learn a little bit more about why you're getting behind this card and crypto now.
So let's, happy to talk to that. So let's just talk about crypto and then we'll talk about why now. I think on crypto, again, look, it's so obviously becoming so mainstream, so part of so many people's lives. And it is pan-generational, but it does particularly outweigh the millennials, even more in Gen Z, and I'm 100% sure even more in the generations to come. Amex plays extremely well to millennials, Gen Z, the younger generations, and we want to be part of that journey. And we can't think of a better partnership and a better time than now. And in terms of specifically why now, I think it's just serendipity. We wanted to partner into this space. You were looking for the right partner. And the question was, is this the right time? It was. What we're excited about is the words Coinbase, crypto, powered by the American Express network, and then just innovating together from now on.
Serendipity, I love it when that happens. All right, one last question. Without saying too much, what should people expect from the card on the Amex network?
I love that question. Can you not tell us about the product, but tell us about the product?
Yeah.
So look, firstly, as you outlined, having up to 4% Bitcoin at the center of the rewards program is just epic. What should people expect from, and members expect from American Express? What do you always expect? Which is you should expect to see from the network great offers, great value, great experiences, great protections, a whole lot of value. And I can't wait until we're talking about this in more detail later in the year.
Awesome. Well, we're so excited to be doing this together. I also want to give a huge shout out to our partners Cardless and First Electronic Bank, our program manager and issue on the new card. I know this is just a teaser, but I really think that this card will be a must-have for Coinbase customers, especially when paired with the new CB1 basic tier. I personally can't wait to be stacking sats with every swipe, and I hope that you all will join the wait list, which opens up today. Be sure to get on there and be one of the first to get the Coinbase One card.
Thanks again for having us. We're so pleased to be here and celebrate with you for the future of money.
Thanks.
All right, take care.
All right, so pretty exciting stuff. Here in the Coinbase product division directly from our CEO, that was cool. I'm going to summarize some of these takeaways and lead us into the home stretch. So together, Coinbase and Shopify are bringing USDC payments on Base to millions of merchants worldwide. We heard about that amazing Coinbase One Amex deal. The good news for me is, if you're a smug Jimmy Kimmel wannabe, you get to the top of the waiting list, so I'm psyched. Coinbase acquisition of Deribit. I'm particularly excited about this. This is very, very cool. The power of spot and derivatives is just extraordinary. I know this from my background in the commodities world. We have a whole new business suite of new tools empowering businesses with stablecoin payments, USDC rewards, on-chain tools. And we have 3 more sessions for today. So we're in the home stretch. Okay? First up, I want to introduce Jesse Pollack, our head of Base, and 3 fantastic panelists that will talk about the movement to bring the world on-chain as they showcase all the different products, companies, partnerships that are driving mainstream adoption. Then, and a lot of you have been asking about when this is going to happen, we're going to hear from Emily Choi, our president and COO here at Coinbase, and Super Bowl champion Saquon Barkley on the path to economic freedom. So please, everyone, welcome Jesse.
Hello, everybody. How's it going? Yeah, I know we're in the afternoon, we're in the home stretch. I feel so grateful to be here and so grateful to be joined by this incredible crew. And we're going to be talking a little bit about what it's actually going to take to bring 1 billion people and then the entire world on chain. And I want to just start with the basics. I'd love for each of you to quickly introduce yourself, tell us what you're building, what the problem is that you're solving, and then how it's going.
Sure, I'll start. Hi, I'm Ty Haney, founder and CEO of TYB.
Yeah.
An on-chain Gen Z rewards app. My background is in the brand building space. I had a company called Outdoor Voices. The problem we're solving, brands today have a relationship problem. Forever, brands have spent a lot of money acquiring customers through Facebook and Instagram and not owning that data or those relationships. And it's gotten very expensive. So we have a rewards, retention, and loyalty solution, and we're relaying and kind of replatforming loyalty through TYB, allowing brands to directly incentivize and motivate their fans to take action, and ultimately that makes community a growth channel.
I love it. Merlin?
All right, Merlin, co-founder of Morpho. So Morpho is the infrastructure for on-chain loans. We have like $6.5 billion of total deposits. So basically, if you take a step back, 50 years ago, if you wanted to get a loan, you need to walk to the bank, talk to the banker, provide a ton of information on you. Today, you basically need to do the same thing. Going to the banker, provide maybe even more information than previously, and it's super slow. With Morpho, we are just basically saving time and solving that exact problem. It's like, we have internet, AI, agent, we have smartphones, but the financial service and the financial infrastructure is still super slow. We have a lot of human work in it, and we're basically solving that. A good example that we released this year with Coinbase is Coinbase released a Bitcoin-backed loan product. Right now, there's like $1 billion deposited as collateral, 300 mil of active USDC loans, and it's one click away from all Coinbase users. Is at 5%, the cheapest rate that you can have among the TradFi world. So that's basically the problem that we're solving.
Incredible. Shane?
Hi, I'm Shane. I'm from Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, and people basically trade markets on events. The really cool thing about it is when you let people trade these markets, you get price discovery, and the price discovery tells you how likely something is to happen and how it's changed over time. So you may have seen some screenshots or like where there's a question about what's going on in the world, and you see a chart, and you see a percentage, and people are putting their money where their mouth is. Been started 5.5 years ago, and I'm really excited. I always deeply believed that the idea of markets as an information source was this really powerful under-tapped concept. And it's been awesome to watch it become more of a thing than it was when I started. We still have a long ways to go, though.
But Polymarket is the news today.
It's definitely, sometimes when I see the stats, and sometimes when I meet people and they tell me, oh, I religiously check Polymarket, like earlier today, it kind of sets in. Yeah, it's amazing that a lot of people rely on it for forecasts. And fact check or get an alternative point of view from what they're seeing on the news or what they're seeing on X. I just think about if Polymarket didn't exist, like the fact that we wouldn't have these markets. It's like, how could you ever go back to that now?
I love it. And just kind of listening to what you guys are building, it's across a bunch of different things. We have consumer loyalty, e-commerce, we have lending, we have the news and prediction markets. But all of you have decided to build Onchain, this kind of new internet, this new technology platform that we think is going to transform the world for the better. Shane, I'd love you to just start, why did you guys build Polymarket Onchain? And kind of what was that, what did that get for you as a business?
Yeah. Look, I started Polymarket literally with no money, no money. So what I love about blockchains, first and foremost, is this idea that some kid in his bedroom can go and innovate and build something that's like a new model and go test something that would be extremely difficult, extremely time-consuming, extremely expensive to go and do in a TradFi environment. So that you can let people experiment and sort of validate demand and validate the feasibility of an underlying financial idea or an experimental market structure. So there really was no other alternative. And I think what's exciting about Polymarket being on chain is two main things. The first is it's inherently global. So if you want these truth markets, you want people to be able to go and put their money behind their opinions. And the more sort of people who are trading, the better price discovery, the better liquidity you have, the more accurate it is. That's really powerful, especially when it's the past month, there's been all these events all around the world. And, I'll just see in my emails and on my X feed, so many people getting angry at me or adding me from different corners of the globe. And that's when I okay, we're doing something right. And the second is the element of transparency. So what's cool about Polymarket is that when you go on, you can see who holds shares in what other markets they're trading, what price they bought at and what price they sold at. And you can go check on chain to validate that that's true. So as the market moves, when someone starts buying a lot, you can go and look at that wallet. You can go and see what else have they traded. Where did they, where did the USDC that they're using come in from? Where was it transferred in from? There's all these data points and there's almost like nowhere to hide. So it's the most transparent, open market that it can be. I think that's really important when you think about building, like, on one hand, the global truth machine, but also like the global prediction market, which is obviously like half truth machine, half financial market. So, I think that the signal would be much lower if it was this opaque box once you came into it. And yeah, so it's been exciting.
I love it. Merlin?
Right. So what Shane said at the beginning, I think deeply resonates. Where like crypto lowers the barrier to entry to everyone to build businesses and be creative. I mean, we started also in our bedrooms. We started Morpho as students, and now we are like basically building a protocol that holds billions of dollars, where you have like users from, like, I don't know, Argentina, US, Asia, whatever. So this is like one of the superpower of DeFi, but also the fact that it's globally open allows like deep liquidity, which allows like better rates for everyone. Also, it's like fully transparent. It removes all the intermediaries that are quite useless and take rates at each step. And also you have like instant execution, which is something that in TradFi world could take like a month or something like that. You can just have like the liquidity in just seconds, which is like unbeatable in the TradFi world. So those are some of the key improvement of that DeFi provides.
And both of them have been talking about markets, but you're coming at it from a different perspective.
Yeah.
Like, why on-chain for you guys?
Yeah, of course. I think like the core concept and why this matters in our space is ownership. I think there's two things that matter in brand building today. It's about co-creation, so inviting your most kind of loyal superfans into the fold to help you power things like preferences, insights of things that are going to come out later, like products, and then incentivization. And I think 5 years from now, ultimately, we're going to have kind of the crypto infrastructure, on-chain infrastructure, kind of in this community commerce space that allows for the next Nike to truly be community-founded, community-funded, and community-run. In the meantime, what we've started to, we've kind of created this wedge around loyalty. And I think for too long, loyalty for a brand has been in a silo, where my status with, let's say, Rare Beauty only exists within Rare Beauty's world. That definition of loyalty has been too narrow as well, where it's just, I'm getting rewarded for how much I purchase. Right. With TYB, it's an app, multiplayer game. All of your favorite brands are in this app. And your status with each brand speaks to one another. And so we're making loyalty more effective. I can go into that in a later question. But ultimately, I believe in this idea of the consumer-owned identity and loyalty becoming essentially status. And so over time, as all of these different preferences and statuses within different brands are kind of culminated into one ID on-chain, that becomes really powerful as we think about powering commerce not only within the 2IB ecosystem, the base ecosystem, but everywhere. And so I, in a lot of ways, think of it not as like a credit score, but the consumer version of that, and that's why it needs to be on-chain.
I love it. And maybe just to, I love those answers because they're so concrete, and I'll just summarize them before we go on to the next question. For Shane, it was easier for you to do it, and it was really the only way for you to build the product. It was transparent, so that you could actually build this effective open markets, and then it's default global, so that everyone everywhere can participate. For lending, it's that, again, it's easier, 10 times easier, and as a student, you could actually build $1 billion protocol, which in the traditional financial world is impossible, and you have this incredibly effective market, because everything's happening in real time, and it's all happening in this programmable layer. And then for TYB, it's about ownership and sovereignty, where people can actually own their data and benefit from it, as well as a level of composability, so that the data for one brand isn't in a silo, but instead it's connected to all the others, which lets you build a better experience for consumers. And so those benefits, the leverage, the globalness, the transparency, the market efficiency, the sovereignty, those are such concrete kind of core values of on-chain and a core platform unlock. But I think at the same time, it can be hard for people to almost like wrap their head around, like, what is crypto good for? What is on-chain good for? And each of you is building a real product that is actually making change in the world on a daily basis. People are using it, and you're the people who are closest to that. I'd love for you to just like share an example. Like, how is this actually working? Like, how are people using your product? How is it helping real people? Like, how is this pushing the world forward?
Yeah, I'm happy to start. So we are fortunate to work with some of the best, or most of the best consumer brands. Think Rare Beauty with Selena Gomez, Crocs, Glossier, etc. And the brands are our customers. So traditionally, loyalty programs are ineffective. What they use our service for is to gamify loyalty in a way that they invite their members into their community. They have different challenges and prompts, so valuable type actions for a brand, creating content, hosting events, showing up to events, purchases, that as these people, the fans, the super fans, take action, they're earning coins that become redeemable through a Shopify integration on their site. And so it's interesting and quite simple. It's a game. We're driving engagement, and it ultimately leads to increased frequency of purchase and higher lifetime value. And so at the end of the day, when you think about making community a growth channel, it must be measurable. And as we were able to look at the purchase data and ultimately the value of these customers, we're making them more valuable over time for all of these brands for this game.
And what about on the consumer side? Like, what are the experiences that the people who are in the game are?
Yeah, it's so cool. So if I'm part of the Rare Beauty Selena community, there's like 200,000 of them, and all of these guys are on chain.
200,000 people on chain participating
just for Rare Beauty and Selena. I mean, there's a lot more. We have 200 brands on platform. But anyway, I'm entering this community, and I'm essentially spinning up an ID. I get a membership collectible.
Yep.
It represents my belonging to the community. And then as I progress from level 1 to level 2 to level 3, I unlock rewards. And so that could be something like an exclusive product through TYB Shop, which is powered by Shopify. It could be that I get to go to the front row of a Selena concert. But at the end of the day, community in the brand world has been a fluffy, kind of intangible term. And when you look at the data, it really can become an effective growth mechanism. And that's what we're proving out, kind of making community measurable.
I love that. Merlin, how are people like actually using lending?
Right.
And changing people's
So
lives?
one of the superpower of DeFi is letting access to basic financial infra and services to everyone on Earth. And I think there's a very good example of that is that we recently launched on WorldChain 2 months ago, so the Sam Altman project. We had 300K users using the Morpho mini app to lend and borrow, so getting access to just basic financial service. And how many countries are in the West from the top 10 top country? 0, not a single one. It's just South America, Southeast Asia countries. And I mean, this is a big driver for us, and this is just the power of DeFi, and letting access to that is like just wonderful.
Yeah, I love that. Shane? I feel like we've all gotten a little bit of a taste of it if we're on Twitter, like how is Polymarket changing the world? But what are you seeing
It's
firsthand?
very kind of you. Yeah, I mean, look, like, it's just very special to see people who are really focused or really curious or really anxious about something that's going on in the world, that they really want to know what's going to happen because it's going to affect their future. And they can look at Polymarket to go and get a much more accurate picture of what's likely to happen than if they were on X. Or there's great stuff on X, but if they were watching TV or on X. And it's like you look at maybe traditional polling, or you look at algorithmic news feeds that go and show you things that you already want to see, and that there's all this user-generated content and all these different people's opinions, and it's showing you specific opinions based on your user profile, right? And the fact that there's just one canonical place that shows sort of where people are putting their money where their mouth is and what the price is that moment, it helps people get a better picture of what's likely to happen in the future and better plan for it.
Yeah, I love it. And I'll just share, these are actually all 3 products that I have used or am using. So Polymarket, I recently used, we had a local election where I live, and the data is just really slow to come in. And I was tracking Polymarket to figure out what was likely to happen in the election, and it was happening over like a 2-week period, and Polymarket was the thing I kept going back to. For Morpho, I actually, right now, in my savings, I have cash savings, and I could put that in a traditional savings account and earn whatever, like 1%, at 25 basis points, or maybe if I put in a CD or something longer, like 3 or 4%. I have my cash sitting in a Morpho pool that's managed by another protocol, Moonwell, and I think I'm earning like 8%. And it's low risk, incredibly like secure, trusted, just immutable contracts. And then TYB, I don't know, am I allowed to talk about what's coming, like the brand this summer with the shoes? Yeah, so TYB is this summer doing a collaboration with Crocs. And Crocs is coming on board as a brand partner. And folks don't know, Crocs has like, I think one of the most like avid consumer cultures around like buying Crocs, customizing Crocs, the gibbets, putting them in there. And I will confess, my primary shoe is a Croc.
Yep.
If I wasn't, told that I had to wear a suit, which I also maybe a little bit ignored, I would have worn Crocs.
You better join like first person. It's all
That's what I'm
on
saying.
chain, right?
And so Crocs, like this summer, I'm so fired up because I'm going to get to be a part of TYB and using Crocs and participating in that. So I feel like, it can be a little bit hard for folks who are totally outside the space, or maybe even folks who are just primarily on the speculative side of the space, to see like what's the real world impact. But the second you actually start digging into the products that people like y'all are building, it's actually pretty real. It's happening right now. It's consumer products, it's financial products, it's news and prediction products that are having a real impact on millions and millions and millions of people's lives all around the world. And so, I don't know, I felt honored to get to be on stage with all of you because getting to actually use the products and then meet the people behind them is a pretty special thing. And with that segue, I want to, we're getting close to time, but if folks couldn't tell, we got like the maybe like kids on stage panel. That's why we're all wearing t-shirts. And I wanted to just like push on that a little bit. Like, what's a spicy take for each of you? Like, give me one spicy take, something about the kind of like TradFi or trad world that's broken that you think crypto can fix, and then something about the crypto world and culture that's broken right now that you think we need to go and fix.
I think I have one for both of those.
Okay, let's go.
That's that crypto has a girl problem. There's not many of us that are in the space. And that's a problem as we think about the traditional world that's broken. Like, a lot of women, if we don't do something about this, are going to miss out on the value creation off of the decade and beyond. And so that's something I take very seriously as I think about bringing millions and millions and millions of women on chain. The other way around, need to fix. Same thing, same problem. I walked in here respectfully, and the guy was like, nope, I don't think this event is for you. And I was with two girls from my team, and I'm like, yes, we're speaking. And like the hoops we had to jump to get in just because we didn't look like the crypto or financial world or audience was a big deal. And I think like that, if I had to crystallize, the issue and the opportunity is very real.
Yeah, and I feel like it's also, there's like, you have 200,000 people participating in the Selena Gomez Rare Beauty on chain.
Yes.
Like, why isn't that being talked about right now?
Oh yeah, I know, yeah.
Like, that's one of the largest consumer use cases of crypto, period.
We've got a lot of heat on board people. Maybe not as much heat as this guy or this guy, but a lot, and we're coming.
Yeah, no, it's incredible, and just super grateful for all the work that you're doing.
Thanks for having me.
Berlin, Shane, either of you want to jump in?
Right. So I think for the TradFi part, I will leave it. I think we've already talked a lot about it, about what's broken in that space. But on the crypto space, I think I have a hot take, which is we should focus more on the infrastructure side. So it's great if we focus on UX and apps, etc. But the problem is, it's at the infra side that if you do it right, then you enable all the use cases on top, and you enable all the creativity and the opportunities on top. So if you mess up with the infrastructure, you won't get that paradigm shift that crypto and blockchain can enable. So I think like founders and builders into that space should really focus on trying to improve the infrastructure first, and then like getting to the millions of or billions of users, and letting actors like Coinbase to build those consumer products that reach those billions of users.
100%. Shane?
Well, for crypto, it's kind of the opposite of what you said, but I think the main thing is,
it's good.
Yeah,
It's good.
of all the things that people build, maybe I'm biased, but like I think when you build a product, like the hard part is building something that people actually use, that people want to use organically, that people want to go to after they see it one time, they come back to it later. Like that's what it's all about when you're, an entrepreneur, you're a product builder. And I think that in crypto, the incentives just get skewed where, it's much easier to build some infrastructure that no one will ever use and just try cash out, or it's much easier to build a protocol and just try cash out. And it's sort of, the incentives are aligned as such that no one really tries to build something that could actually like catch on, amongst people organically using it. And if the past few years, all we ever hear is people talking about killer use case, users, and it's sort of like this cosplaying that people care and no one really does. So I think that I commend anyone trying to build something that, actually has users or cultural impact. I think that's really important. I think that's how things get, I think that's how the space gets pushed forward. I think that's how more users come on chain, if that's the nomenclature used here. But, and then in the traditional world, I mean, there's so many. I guess what's close to home with Polymarket is, I'm kind of excited that we're in this stage of like the Overton window shifting, where it's just like a lot of these traditional institutions that were gatekeepers are really holding on to like the last shred of credibility or the last strand of leverage that they have. And that, these institutions or these gatekeepers have like their credibility, like the merit of their stamp of approval, it has just been diluted to the point of it almost being a counter signal, but at the very least being near useless. And I think I'm just excited at the next generation just being a lot more, not even skeptical, but just ready to go and look at alternatives and go and not take everything that they see on TV or on the internet at its word. Especially as like AI proliferates, it becomes even more important. So, hopefully we can have the people who've been able to go and spin whatever narrative they want. There's a little bit of a new world order, and I like to think that Polymarket, where it's driven by markets and not just who can spin up the best story or who can be the most charismatic. I think that's kind of one of the antidotes. I'm excited about what we do in that regard.
I love it. I appreciate the takes. I'm going to share mine. I feel like I get to do that.
Come on.
So first one on the trad side, and I think Shopify is a good example of this. I think at this point, there's no higher leverage investment than for a TradFi company than figuring out what's their most complicated business process with money and figuring out how to write that as a smart contract. Like literally, I think you could probably take things that are millions of lines of code and compress them into thousands of lines of code. And it's just about figuring out the wherewithal to do that. And so there's going to be this massive disintermediation where the companies that realize that, like make the investment and go, and the companies that don't die. And I think it's going to happen faster than people expect. So that's on the TradFi side. And then on the crypto side, I think, if you're on crypto Twitter, and I imagine some of the people here are, it's kind of crazy. There's some like doom and gloom right now of like the prices aren't up, and like Bitcoin's at $100,000. But putting that aside, I think that people are like massively underestimating how close we are to all of this just totally hitting. I think that it's now measured in like months, not years, and that we have the pieces coming together, and that sometime this year, we're going to start the viral growth phase where literally it just like won't stop growing until the entire world's on chain. And I think that's a combination of the infrastructure finally being ready, a new kind of like wave of founders like y'all who are product centric and really building real consumer experiences. And then just like the kind of like decaying of the existing systems. And that catalyst is coming together where we're about to bring the world on chain really quickly, much quicker than people expect. You have something to add there? No.
Me?
Yeah.
Nothing.
Nothing, okay. So last question, like kind of along that lens, what's something you're excited about right now that you're working on that you think is going to help unlock more adoption, grow the pie, bring us on chain faster?
Yeah, of course. For our focus is on-chain community commerce. And so for me, that requires 3 main companies. And I'm excited to announce that we are migrating to Base, which is just, I think of the best friends as we think about on-chain community commerce as Coinbase, Shopify, and TYB.
Yep.
And so that's right ahead of us. And I think, collectively, we're going to be able to bring a lot more women and the whole world on-chain.
Yeah, and I'm so fired up about it. Me and Ty have been talking about doing this for what, like 3 years?
A long while,
like,
yes.
The whole time
it's finally happening.
The whole time that Base has been existing, me and Ty have been DMing about like, how do we make this happen? When's the right time? And of course it was Crocs. Ty came to me and said, it has to be for the, not really, but I did learn about the Crocs campaign.
You're going to earn for your obsession now, and you'll have a proof of fan. You can show that you're level 3, but you got to prove it.
I'm so fired up. I'm so excited to build together. Merlin?
Right. Just 4 hours ago, we just announced our V2, which is a intent-based lending protocol. So you'll be able to just express what you want to lend, how you want to borrow. It will be fixed rate, variable rate, cross-chain, whatever. It will basically solve every problem from fintechs, institutions, DeFi protocols. So we're super excited with that, and we deeply think that it's at the right moment where all the fintechs of the world, Coinbase is coming on chain, and this is the moment to build those kind of use cases and letting access to every users on Earth to just like simple like getting a loan on chain instantly. So if it's interesting, like let's chat and
yeah. That's what I'll say is if you're doing any kind of lending, whether it's consumer lending or institutional lending, would really encourage you to connect with Merlin. The technology that they've built, like he said, is powering the new Bitcoin-backed loans product in Coinbase. It's a one-tap borrow USDC against your Bitcoin. But behind the scenes, the way that actually works is it takes your Bitcoin, it wraps it into Coinbase Bitcoin, it deposits that Coinbase Bitcoin on Base into Morpho, and it borrows USDC against that. And all of that is bundled into one transaction using the smart wallet.
And then you can spend those USDC to buy your coffee or, just like the coffee that you have here.
Do whatever you want. And we've built all of this infrastructure, and now the markets, there's almost $1 billion of Bitcoin that is being borrowed against now. It's happened in about 4 months. It's growing really, really quickly. And the really cool thing about it is it's a totally repeatable model, where other businesses that look like Coinbase can do this, more kind of institutionally scaled lenders who need access to capital can plug in here. People who are building all sorts of lending products can collaborate with Morpho, so would highly recommend doing that. Shane, one thing you're excited about?
There's a lot of things I'm excited about these days in the Polymarket world. I'd say recently we announced our partnership with X, which is just like really exciting. Took a lot of work. And the first thing that we rolled out is just, when I look at Polymarket to go get a gist of what's going on in the world, I'm always like, okay, well, the market moved, but what does that actually mean? Or, okay, well, like, here is this market, and like, this seems important, and other people think it's important, but why is it important? And we added these Grok annotations with like X posts, sort of like an overlay into the chart, which I think so far people have thought is awesome, and I personally always wanted. So the first little bite of the cookie, and it's just something that's practically very useful. So.
Any other alpha leaks on what's coming next?
No alpha leaks, unfortunately, but stay tuned.
Well, thanks you 3 for joining us. Thanks everybody. Let's bring the world on chain.
How's it going? Yes, indeed, go birds. Hi, everyone. I know I have the coolest session, so this is pretty awesome. Well, it is great to be back in New York, home of bagels, skyscrapers, until recently our guest. Giants fans, no hard feelings, right? You shipped Saquon down I-95, and he repaid my Eagles with a Lombardi and 2,000 yards. So, I am a lifelong Eagles fan. I am from Philly. Max Brandsburg, who was on stage earlier, he's another Coinbase exec member. He is a lifelong Eagles fan. We're both insane Saquon fans, so we are so happy to have him here. Who in the audience is an Eagles fan? I love it. I feel like there's like a little bit of bitterness from the Giants element, but that's okay. That's okay. We were just having a discussion backstage about the rivalry between the Eagles and the Giants and the dynamics there. Anyway, so since then, Saquon has graced the Madden cover and become the first Eagles offensive player rated 99, which is huge. I don't know if any of you saw the filming of the Madden cover, but it's insane. And when you see the cover, you're going to be blown away. Off the field, Saquon has gone deep into crypto, taking endorsements and investing for years. And today we are going to unpack that crypto playbook and toss in a few football questions. So please welcome, with a big mighty roar, even if you're a Giants fan, Saquon Barkley. So, like many, I noticed in 2021 when you decided to take endorsement money in Bitcoin. And that was a bold move. So first of all, really curious, what was the initial spark that got you into that?
Yeah, that's a great question. First, thank you guys for having me. But the initial spark for me would have to start with my manager, because we have a great relationship and a great partnership. And as an athlete, being focused on the football field, trying to perform at a high level, but also, as we're going to talk a little bit later, financial freedom, and how can I do that? New creative ways I can do that. And he's a wizard. He's super smart, and he surrounded himself with great people too, and kind of brought the opportunity to me. And I was able to get involved with Jack Marlers and Strikes, and that's when it kind of was a no-brainer for me to really fully commit.
That's amazing. So at that time, Bitcoin had fallen from a peak of 60K to almost 30K. And so how did you decide at that moment to invest? And I was just curious, did people around you kind of say that was a dumb or crazy thing?
Yeah, I mean, people are going to say, they're always going to have something to say no matter what. That's something my mom taught me, whether it's, it's getting involved into new things, whether it's in football, they're always going to have something to say. But for me, I felt like it was the right time to get involved. Me and my manager, Cuz, and having conversation with Pomp and Jack, it felt like that was a perfect time to do it. And I was able to get on a phone call with Michael Saylor, and back then he told me that I should take all my money and put it in. I think he's doing pretty well. I probably should listen to him. But yeah, you're gonna have people who have their opinions, but that's what I felt like was right. And I have a big thing within myself. I never want to be the smartest person in the room. And I feel like the only way you're going to grow and improve is by surrounding yourself with super smart people. And I know I have super smart people around me, and it was the right decision to make.
That's awesome. So it seems like in your whole career and personal life, you've always bet on yourself. College, the pros, coming back with injuries, switching teams. Do you take the same approach with crypto investing? Do you have like some philosophy there? And if people doubt you, whether on the field or in your investing or anything else, does that push you harder? Does it actually motivate you? Or do you feel like sometimes you're like, oh, I could second guess myself?
No, I think it's always goes back to the mindset of surrounding yourself with the right people, trusting in the right people. But yeah, I'm a go-getter, I guess you can say. I don't think I would be in the position I am today, especially in my profession when it comes to football, if I didn't have that mindset of not caring what people say. Always try to break the norm. Always try to do creative things. I think that's how my style of play is too. So yeah, I think it goes hand in hand with me, and knowing how I am on a football field and how I am as a competitor, and always want to be doing the right things and getting wins and surrounding myself with right people has been kind of the smartest play.
It reminds me, like, your first week and second week at the Eagles, you had, like, 3 touchdowns the first week, and then the second week was a little rougher, and Eagles fans were a little rough on you. So, like, how do you navigate that, and is there something you kind of do to just dig down deep and just push through the noise?
Yeah, it kind of motivates you, right? You always got to have your why. For me, my why is many things, and my family, but my love for the game. But most importantly, just being a competitor and wanting to be the best. And that happens. You're going to have your moments when you're at an all-time high. You have the game in your life. You win a Super Bowl. But majority of those moments, you're going to have bad plays. You're going to have, plays that you wish you could have back. But you just got to keep going. You got to strive and make sure you know why you're doing it. And when your purpose and your why is bigger than what other people have to say, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, that's great. So recently, the NCAA started allowing players in college to monetize their name, likeness, and image through NIL deals. And I think this is probably very good, as it allows players to build and monetize their brands earlier. But I'm sure it can also be overwhelming for young athletes coming into this type of money so young. So if a younger Saquon Barkley was playing at Penn State, about to be drafted today, what advice would you have for him about investing? And how would you see crypto fitting into that?
I think when you look at it from the crypto side, you always try to find financial freedom, and I feel like that's the best way to do it. The things I'll have to say to myself, and I kind of go back and forth with this and with college teammates or guys in the league. We have these conversations, and you see all these younger guys and younger women making all this money. It's sad though to say, financial literacy is not there for a lot of us, and I'm honest enough to admit that was the case for me too. I got really lucky. I've been able to surround myself with some really, really smart people and great people too. That's not the case for a lot of guys. And you hear a lot of horror stories of guys that just got into the NFL, and now when it started, these guys are getting paid at 17, 16 years old in high school. So the best advice that I would give is just educate yourself. Try to educate yourself as best as you can. For our profession, majority of us, are black men, and we don't come from much. We're not having those conversations with our parents. Some guys, their only way out, they believe, is play football or rap or play basketball. And when you get all this money, it's kind of like, whoa, okay, now what? And a lot of us are not ready for that moment. And I've made a lot of mistakes in my life. I wasn't, 100% ready for that moment, but I was able to find really, really smart people and people that I can trust. So that would probably be my best advice that I would give to myself and to all the young guys now and younger women now, is surround yourself with the right people and just educate yourself as much as you can.
Do you find that these younger players are asking you for tips?
No, not really.
Yeah.
To be honest. But also I got to take that on my own, and as a leader in the NFL and as an older guy. And when I talk about all the time with my team and my boys, and I got to stop talking about it and actually do it. And there's got to create some seminar, got to create something where, the NFL actually does that. And when you are considered a top 30 player, your junior year or your sophomore year, they bring you into Indianapolis. But all the horror stories that come up is these people are going to steal your money, or don't trust this woman, or you got all these older guys that's come in and they're not telling you that your money can make money. Mm-hmm. You can get involved in cool, unique things that you're passionate about, and you can create that financial freedom. So maybe just create a seminar or create a space where I'm able to continue to educate myself, because I still need to get educated on it, but also educate these young men and women, and maybe grab some of you guys here and be able to show them what it takes to really do it at the highest level.
Yeah, I think that's really interesting. I mean, I think the whole roots of crypto are oriented around economic freedom and taking control of your own economic future, and yet it's a scary ride, because with volatility, it can kind of feel like you don't exactly know what you're doing. And if you look at Bitcoin over a long period of time, everybody's done great. If you look over short bursts, it looks super volatile. And so it's an interesting thing. So on that note, every NFL player notoriously has their welcome to NFL moment, where you transition from college to the pros, and someone hits you and you've said, oh my gosh, like this is different. This feels very different to be in the pros. And so every new crypto investor has their welcome to crypto moment where the markets swing and you experience that volatility. How do you react in those moments, whether it's with crypto or something else or in your life where you're just, there's something that's super volatile and you're trying to kind of like navigate through it and make decisions, but not overreact to the situation?
Yeah, on the crypto side, you definitely, I remember kind of like my first time when you had the dip or it went down, and I'm like, whoa, what is going on?
Yeah. What did I do here?
And then you see everyone on social media, they're like, buy the dip, buy the dip. So like, I'm just learning, like, as I said, I'm educating myself going through this, and I'm talking to my manager, and I'm like, what is going on? And for him to be able to, calm me down and get me to understand, the long run. But it's kind of like anything in life. You can't get too caught up into the highs. You can't get too caught up into lows. And kind of like example that you use, week 1, being a Philadelphia Eagle, it was, thank you, Giants. He's the best. He's going to do this for us. To the next week, I dropped the ball, and they were like, go back to New York. And I'm like, it just doesn't work. It just doesn't work like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, you have your moments. But I think when you really, you buy into it and you really believe into it, you don't really get caught up in it. For the long run, it's going to work out. And you just got to have faith.
Do you, are you on Twitter? Like, do you like to catch up on what people are saying about crypto and tech, or what do you like, where do you like to learn?
I would say I was way before. When, in football season, I try to stay off a little bit for good reasons and bad reasons. When you're playing well, it's an amazing place to be on, don't get me wrong. But I know how quick it could turn. But the Pomps and Anthem is a really good friend of mine. I think his tweets are hilarious, but I think he does a really good job of educating people, and to be able to meet him, and also him being a big Philadelphia Eagle fan. Got to meet him before I played in Philly. First time I actually met him, I was a Giants, and that was my last time playing in MetLife, and we beat the Eagles. So that's a fun little story that we have. But yeah, Pomps and Ansem probably the 2 biggest ones I go to.
That's awesome. You have a pretty viral clip of you and Coach Sirianni on the sideline when you had a chance to break your single season rushing record, but you chose to sit out and you let the other players get some yards in. And I think the quote was, let the young guys eat. In this situation, I'm not sure many other running backs would have done the same thing, and it appeared to the world like you had a very compassionate leadership style. Yeah, it's worth a clap. It's a really nice thing to do. And it definitely wasn't for the cameras. It was like in the middle of the game, and you're just like, let them go do it. And so like my take was you're a very compassionate leader, but I'm curious, how would you describe your leadership style, and how did you think about something like that? You're like, oh, I can literally have the record, or these guys can go out there and start building their own records?
Yeah, I think, that's a story that's been talked a lot about in past months and over the past year. And I feel like I'm getting a little too much credit for that, to be completely honest. When you understand the dynamic of the business that I'm part of, and the NFL is, it's a sport that we've all played since we're a little kid, but it's a business. And for me in that moment, yes, there was the opportunity there to, stick it to the Giants and, have my personal record. Yes, but that's not why I play the game. Like, I play the game because I want to be great, but it's a game that's fun to me, and I know you guys see me on a Sunday and carrying the ball 30 times and playing at a high level. It's hard. They say like every hit in the NFL is like a car crash, and I play, probably the most brutal position. But that Wednesday, that Thursday, where I may have to rest, who do you think's taking the reps from me? That's the back guys, or in that case, the young guys. Let the young guys eat, and that's Kenny, and that's Will. Will's a rookie who's I'm high on, and he needs some time. He needs some game film. Kenny's in his last year. He's going to be a free agent. He needs to put film on for opportunity for him to create more money for his family. But we had a meeting with Peyton Manning, and he said that, the best teams that he's been a part of, your leaders and your best players, it's never about them, it's about everyone else. And in that moment, I was able to get captured But it was like that throughout the whole team. We have all these stars and all these all pros and pro bowlers, but we all just have one common goal, and that one common goal is to win. And I think that's why you see why we were such a successful team. So like my leadership role is just, or the way I like to lead is by my work ethic, and just being a passionate person and a loving person. And whether it's, you're a lineman or you're a defensive lineman, you're a running back, you're a quarterback, just try to sit down and talk to everyone and get to know everyone, because all that stuff matters when we all have one common goal, and that's winning a Super Bowl.
That's awesome. I think you do deserve the credit for that. That's amazing. So you've been talking a lot about freedom. So Coinbase's mission is to increase economic freedom in the world. So economic freedom means different things to different people. So what does it mean to you personally?
Yeah, I think you mentioned it. It's going to mean something different for everyone else. For me, it's time. It's just your time. You're not going to be able, I know we forget about that. We're all on a clock that's running out. So just trying to be able to do whatever I want to do with my resources and enjoy my time with my family and my friends and my loved ones. That's what it means to me.
Totally. So one thing that's well known about you is what a great dad you are. Raise your hand if you saw that or heard that amazing clip from his daughter, Jada. Did you hear this before the Super Bowl where she, I've listened to it 100 times, I was telling him, and it made me cry every time just because I think it speaks to what a great dad he is in terms of just the way that he's raised his kids. But you talked about, I'm going to make sure my daughter never has any worries in life. I'm going to make sure she never has any worries in life, but I'm also going to show her that you have to work for everything in life. And this kind of reminded me of Coinbase is obsessed with this idea of grit, because we found that the best people in life in our company, the ones who are the most successful, have this enduring grit. But like you said, there's always this balance of wanting to give your children everything that you didn't have, and then also wanting to groom that grit and work ethic that you've built for yourself. So how do you balance and navigate that?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think if anyone's a parent, you kind of ask yourself that every day. And for my position, and not having much growing up and now doing pretty well for myself, it's how do you inspire your kids to have the passion to do what they want to do? And I think it stems from the same message my parents gave to me, and it's just pouring belief into me, pouring confidence into me. And that's what my parents did to me. And I hope when people watch me play football, you can see it. I feel like there's nothing I can't do on a football field. I feel like there's nothing I can't do in this world. And when you're a little kid and you hear your parents say, you can do whatever you want as long as you put your mind to it, you're just oh yeah. But it's instilled into you. And I feel like that's the way I do it. It's just letting my kids know that, obviously it's a little, the way we're growing up is a little different than what I did, how I grew up. But the mentality always got to be the same. And I feel like if you look at anybody who's super successful, whether they come from a lot or they don't come from a lot, it's just that creative mindset and that passion to not be denied is going to take you where you need to go in life. And that's just a challenge that me and my fiance have, and I think we've been doing a really great job of that. And especially my fiance, being a stay-at-home mom, and I'm traveling or coming here doing this, or I wake up at 7 o'clock in the morning and I come back home at 7, 8 o'clock at night. She's has a big responsibility, so I think she's been killing that also.
You also talked in the green room about having a very athletic family. Do you think watching others in your family inspired you and helped you realize how hard you would have to work despite having belief in your own abilities?
Yeah, I would definitely say that. I would just say watching my parents go to work, watching my parents make the sacrifice for me and my siblings, just pushed me in the direction that I wanted to go. And I think I kind of everyone has their niche. For me, it was football. For my nephew, it's football. For my daughter, it's more like, you know, the Bible and arts. She likes stuff like that. Even though I think she could be an Olympic gold runner, but I'll try to push her that way. But it just, you know, she loves like watching Alexander Hamilton and dancing. Cool. And my son, he's running around, jumping, trying to jump backwards over pillows. So he might fall in love with football. Yeah. But we all have our own thing, and you know, you just got to find something that you're passionate about and that you love, and you just got to go attack it.
I love that. Where do you think crypto could be when they're your age? Do you think that your children are going to have their investment accounts all in crypto? Have you ever thought about what they might be doing?
That's a good question. I never thought about it that way, to be honest. But I don't even know where it's going to be by time, right? It's
all changing.
It's all good things, though. So I would say, yeah, I don't really have a great answer for that one, but possibilities are endless there, to be honest.
It's interesting to watch a lot of Generation Z just transact their whole lives in crypto, and so it'll be interesting to see how the trend carries. So I do know you have friends in the audience. You've been, as we said, you've been in crypto for quite a long time. What draws you to the community? What energizes you? Like, what do you find surprising or motivating about the crypto or the tech community that is potentially different from sports?
Yeah, it's different, but it's the same too. Especially, you know, when you see the followers of, you know, this space, this world. We were talking about it back there. You know, it's kind of like, they're kind of like Eagles fans. They're super passionate. You know, they're not scared to, you know, let their feelings be known, their opinions to be known, and they got your back. I remember when I announced that I was getting involved. You know, I got a lot of love and support. And another thing I find similar, to be able to meet a lot of these successful people, that success is the same in any profession. What it takes to be successful. You got someone who's super talented, surround themselves with a great team, and able to do what they want to accomplish. So I would say that's probably the similarities that I've seen since I've been getting involved in it.
That's awesome. Well, you are an amazing startup investor too, and you've invested in some of the biggest disruptors, including Ramp and Anduril. So was there something that caught your eye with those? Is there a space that you like outside or inside of crypto that you've been interested in tech that you like? And what is it about that you like about these companies that gets you like excited? I've seen the pictures with you and Palmer. It's fun.
Yeah, the thing that gets me excited, especially like with Ramp and Anduril, it's getting to know the team, getting to know the guys, and whether it's Palmer, whether it's Trey, whether it's Matt on the Anduril side, or whether it's Eric and Kareem on the Ramp side, like they are amazing people and super talented. But like when you actually get to know them and spend time with them, like I said, there's no like success is not an accident in any form or way you look at it. And there's a reason why, and the way that they run things, the way that they handle things, the culture that they're building. And now that I'm allowing myself to be involved with that, it's been super special to me. But just continue to try to get myself involved with tech companies, with the tech side, and just continue to just surround myself with the right people. Like I keep mentioning, I have an amazing manager. You know, we're both big Peter Thiel fans, and just kind of trying to follow his philosophy of finding things that are new and that's never been done before. But it's been fun. It's been a fun ride and interesting too, because I'm the whole time, I'm putting myself in these rooms and having conversations with these people, and I'm just learning. I'm just trying to educate myself as best as I can. So it's been super fun.
Founders are fun. Why do you think crypto resonates so well with athletes?
Financial freedom. I think, and when you look back in the day, a lot of these athletes, especially in the NFL, the money that we're making now and the contract sizes that we're making compared to what they were making is not even close. And a lot of guys sadly go broke. And I forgot the percentage of NFL athletes that go broke. It's pretty high. It's too high. So now, with having all the technology that we have and all the social media that we have, everyone's trying to find new ways and creative ways to, create that financial freedom. And this space is a space that continues to keep coming up. So I think that's probably the reason why a lot of athletes have been trying to get involved into it.
So you were saying years ago, Michael Saylor told you to put 100% of your net worth into Bitcoin. What would you say to a young athlete if they asked you?
I could never tell anyone to put 100% of their money into anything. Even though I am passionate, and I think he's doing really well for himself, so I probably should have. But the thing I would say is just continue to educate yourself on it. That's the best advice I can have. I wouldn't say like a set number or a set amount. You got to feel comfortable with it. And for me, the reason why I've been able to get involved as much as I've been able to is because I've tried my best to educate myself, and I've surrounded myself with the right people. So just continue with the mindset of never trying to be the smartest person in the room. And I think that'll take you a long way.
Cool. Let's end with rapid fire. Who is on your Mount Rushmore of running backs?
Dang. All right, so Barry's first, Walter. You guys know who that is, right? Those two other. Okay, all right. Barry, Walter. AP, Jim Brown. Now, I don't necessarily think those are like the best four. Mm-hmm. Barry's the best, but like my four favorite.
Mm-hmm. You liked watching them?
Yeah, I would say those four. And if I could add no one, it'd be like Marsh Falk. But
who squats more, you or Jalen Hurts?
I get asked this question a lot. And Jalen, that's my guy. I think he would sit here and say if he squatted more than me, we'd probably have a problem. Just because he plays quarterback and I play running back. But yeah, it's more power to him because he's a quarterback and he's super strong. But it's not competitive.
One piece of money advice you'd give your younger self?
A lot. Continue to surround yourself with smart people, because when you surround yourself with smart people, sometimes there's some not smart people that gets involved in, probably not listen to that person. Trying to be respectful here. Yeah.
Did you run the backwards hurdle in a practice, or did that come naturally?
I don't think you can practice that. I would like joke around with it. It's kind of like similar to, like I said, like just being creative, trying to come up with new ways and new things. And I let my body go, let my God-given ability take over, and got lucky and was able to create a pretty cool moment.
Cool. First major thing you bought with an NFL paycheck?
This is my biggest flex. It was before I got paid in NFL. So shout out to, again, my manager and CAA. Of getting me a lot of money before I got signed. So I was able to buy my parents a house. And that was like that's my biggest flex for sure.
Go-to hype song before a game if you have one.
I don't know if this crowd's gonna be familiar with it. Rod Wave, it's a really famous artist.
Cool.
Probably not so much right now, he got in trouble. But Rod Wave 25.
Cool.
Great song if you guys want to listen to it.
What historically great defensive player do you wish you could have gone up against?
Brian Dawkins.
You're like...
I actually just had a golfing event with him.
Yeah.
And like, I was like, me and you in the hole 10 times. And he was like, first question he asked, how much space? And we were like this. And he was like, well, I'll give you 3 or 4. And I was like, damn, 3 or 4? Like, I was hoping I'd get 5. But it's Brian Dawkins, so... I'll give him the benefit of doubt, but especially being an Eagle player now, definitely Brian Dawkins.
That's awesome. If you could play any other sport, what would you play?
If I can be if God could bless me with the talent He blessed me with football, it would be golf. No, it's a no-brainer. I'm a little frustrated. I played today, and I have a goal to break 80. I got close, and I'm in my dip phase right now. Let's say that in my golf game. So we'll figure that out.
Got to persist. What's your favorite cheat meal?
Yeah, we're talking about this. I don't think it's a cheat meal. I think a cheat meal is like anything that you eat, your body like doesn't really like it. Like doesn't, you know, like say if you had like McDonald's and you wake up the next day, you're like, why'd I eat that McDonald's? Chick-fil-A, I guess it's fast food, but for me, it doesn't. The nuggets and fries.
Feels good.
Yeah, it just feels good.
You do a lot of interviews. Is there a question that you haven't been asked that you wish you were asked?
Okay. And do I have to answer my question too?
Yeah, do it. Yeah, do it both. Let's put the work on you.
All right. I was talking about this the other day. I don't know if this, I'm probably just going to talk in circles here, but I get credited a lot for like, okay, the backwards hurdle, which, don't get me wrong, is unbelievable. And I know God has blessed me, but I feel like that people fail to realize like how competitive and how much work I put into my craft. I think a lot of people just think it's like, and I get it, that, oh, that guy's just super talented. Like, and I kind of like, I don't know, I see it as disrespect to me because it's not giving any credit to the work that I put in. And I think if you ask anybody that knows me, like they see the squat, 600 pounds, or me lifting 405 pounds or on a clean, but like there's a lot of work that went into that. Like people think I just roll out the bed and it happens. And there's guys like that in the NFL, don't get me wrong, but I don't believe that's the case for me. I think it's a blend of the mentality I have, the passion I have, the work ethic I have, and the good Lord took a little time with me too. I am aware of that. So that'd probably be like my question and answer at the same time.
Yeah, this reminds me a lot of like Tom Brady says this. He's like, talent only gets you so far. It's the work ethic and the hard work that takes you to the next level. Final question, any plans for Father's Day?
Oh, I lied. Remember I said I want to go golf?
Yeah.
Sorry, backstage I said I want to go golf. My sister graduation. So my sister graduated from West Virginia, so she got a graduation party. So yeah, Sunday I will be in Pennsylvania if any of you guys are around.
Amazing. Yeah, we'll all join the graduation party. Saquon Barkley, you are such an inspiration to us all. Thank you so much for taking this time.
Thank you for
Such
having
an honor.
me.
Okay. I mean, Saquon made me an Eagles fan. That's the nicest guy I've ever met in my life. Okay, so we are really close, everyone. The only thing separating you from the cocktail hour is my boss and the world's largest asset manager. Okay, so we're ready. We're going to hear this out. We're going to close this out today. We're going to hear from Brett Tage-Paul, head of institutional at Coinbase, and Rob Goldstein, the chief operating officer of BlackRock, to discuss how crypto is changing financial markets. Everyone, please welcome Brett and Rob.
All right, Rob, I'm absolutely delighted to be here with you. I want to start by thanking you for your partnership. BlackRock has been just incredible for this industry. It's been incredible for Coinbase. Have completely appreciated the integration to Aladdin. We admire the scale you've achieved with your ETFs, your tokenized money market fund, and we all owe you an enormous debt of gratitude. Is that enough flattery to sort of get you warmed up to say nice things?
Not really.
Okay.
Not really.
All right.
Well, but Brett, let me start out by saying thank you guys. I think you've been incredible. You, Coinbase, you personally have been incredibly helpful on our journey. And I know we've sort of kicked you guys in the shins a fair bit in terms of making sure that you were of the standard that at least we required relative to the traditional financial ecosystem. and I think you've done an incredible job with that.
Thank you for the compliment. So it's actually the Investor Day at BlackRock today, and so we're really fortunate to get Rob to zip from over there to over here. So since you're prepped on all questions, we're going to start at a high level. And it's been a kind of a crazy world for markets. And so just as leader of the largest asset manager in the world, tell me what are some of the things that keep you up at night? What are you worried about? What are you excited about? Like, talk to me about markets.
And let me start out by saying I am a bit disappointed that you didn't ask me what I did with my first paycheck from the NFL. So I think that would have been a very natural segue. That's just one guy's opinion, but if you want to skip over those kind of questions, I think that when you look at the world today, it really is remarkable as to how much the world has changed over the past few years. And if you play the Rip Van Winkle game for a second, just rewind back to January 1st, 2020. If I would have told you, okay, let me explain what happens in the world for the next 5 years. You basically have this global pandemic where we have to shut down the world simultaneously. You can't really leave your house anywhere in the world. And we're going to try this thing called remote working, see if it works. So that's one thing. We're going to have a ground war in Europe between Russia and Ukraine. And in addition to that, we're going to have North Korean troops as part of that. We're going to have this new technology that could save humanity or threaten humanity. We're going to have this popularism where politics is going to get more and more extreme. I could just keep on going.
Yep.
And then if you look, and I would have asked you, okay, 5 years later, what do the markets look like? There is no permutation, I think, where you would recognize how resilient the financial ecosystem has been, how resilient the real economy has been, just how robust the past few years have been. And I think there's a lot to be positive about. And I think we are more constructive on the world and the markets, notwithstanding everything that's happening. But at the same time, it's very important to realize that the world has just fundamentally changed. If you look at the past few years, the world has fundamentally changed in terms of technology, the rewiring of the global order. So one of the key drivers for the past several decades in the world has really been the integration of China into the global markets. That's obviously changing in this polarized world. Just politics and popularism is changing quite dramatically. The rate environment, deficits, all of this is changing at the same time that you have these incredible demographic forces. But I think when you look at all of it, the truth is the resilience of the real economy, particularly in the US, things are still growing and there's a lot of opportunity to make money. What is clear, and I think this is going to touch a little bit on some of the discussions about, why is BlackRock as an asset manager here at the Coinbase conference, like, what are we doing? I think it's also clear that building portfolios and building portfolios to achieve specific outcomes is getting progressively harder. And building portfolios that have tools in them that really enable diversification is also getting progressively harder. So we are constructive. I think it really is miraculous how resilient the financial ecosystem has been. And I think there's a lot to be positive about in terms of the markets, notwithstanding how easy it is to get into this negative feedback loop with the media.
Interesting. I'm going to tell a personal story because you triggered me as we were going through the memories of COVID. But so 5 years ago, I joined Coinbase, and I was talking to Brian and Emily, and we were trying to do some goal setting on what it would mean to build an institutional business. And the first thing that Emily said to me was, I want you to get BlackRock invested in the space. And that was at a time where Coinbase was essentially still entirely a retail app. You and I have talked for quite some time. To embarrass you for a second, I did make a quick outgoing phone call. I don't know if you remember what you said, but you said, Brett, I understand why it'd be really great for your business to have us as a client, but think a little bit more about the value proposition for BlackRock to get into this space.
Oh, that's much more polite than I would have guessed. That's good. Very professional.
And then there was like a duh. I'm like, did he just hang up? So it has, though, to your point on resilience of the financial system, resilience of your own view of the world, your comments on technology. So the past 2 years has been crazy within the context of crypto. So any reflections on sort of the thoughts you had when you embarked on this mission, what you've learned in the past 2 years, and where you ended up?
Absolutely. I mean, I actually believe it's a really interesting case study, and I think it's a really interesting case study in several regards. So to give you a sense of the journey that BlackRock has been on here, we had put a team together, I think it was in 2016 or 2017. And we drove the team nuts because we had them do analysis after analysis after analysis with a conscious strategy of not wanting to do anything. And that was our conscious choice. It wasn't, we would have all these people come to us and tell us what idiots we were because we're not doing this, we're not doing this, and we're not doing this. And I felt reassured because we had spoken about doing those things and we actually chose not to.
Right.
We actually chose not to. And we thought there would be a point where it made sense to start. But we took a very different perspective than what we normally do as a company because there's so much energy and buzz about this topic, it needed to be managed a little bit differently. So we had a strategy, and maybe 3 years ago, 4 years ago, we finally reached the point where we said, okay, now is the time. And normally, when we have a strategy, we try very hard not to share it with the world. Normally, that's a good thing. You don't want everyone to know what you're doing. And in this case, we decided, because there was so much buzz of people telling us what we should be doing, and people telling the media that they told us what we should be doing, therefore there was an assumption that we were doing it, we decided to take a completely different approach. We actually sent a memo to the whole firm with, this is our strategy. And we've been maniacally focused on these 4 components that define our strategy, and that's really been the past 2-3 years. So the first part, quite simply, was this concept of ecosystems and networks. Our Aladdin platform is one of the primary networks with regard to traditional finance. And we felt, and we continue to believe, that the core role that BlackRock should play in terms of value proposition is how do we be a bridge between traditional finance and this alternate universe, this digital asset ecosystem that had emerged. So we basically said, okay, how do we find a partner that is the closest thing to the Aladdin of this digital assets ecosystem? And that really led to our relationship with Coinbase. How do we bring together Aladdin and Coinbase in a way that would enable, and we just had our investor day, as you mentioned. So if there was a word cloud, the words whole portfolio would be quite prevalent on the word cloud. How do we enable this whole portfolio for our clients, that is public markets, private markets, and digital assets and crypto? How do we enable all of those together? So that was the first component of the strategy, was this network component. The second component was we saw just incredible utility, and we believe it's still quite early innings. We saw incredible utility with regard to stablecoins. And we saw not only incredible utility, but we saw a real requirement for the underlying assets to be managed not sort of like a money market fund, but in a money market fund. And we are one of the largest managers of money market assets in the world. And that led to our relationship with Circle, where we're the underlying reserve manager for USDC. So that was the second part of the strategy. The third part of the strategy was about access. And this is where we were ready to go, but we sort of had to wait for the starting gun to begin, and that was the beginning of IBIT, our Bitcoin exchange-traded product that Coinbase is very involved with as a service provider, as the custodian, as a variety of different functions there. And when you look at IBIT, I think it's one of the most fascinating things, because what did we do? We enabled, through the boring old capital markets that hundreds of people had come to visit us and told us we're going to be going the way of the dinosaur in a few years. So we enabled, through those boring old capital markets, we enabled people to have institutional quality, to have BlackRock quality Bitcoin exposure. And that became the first, the fastest exchange-traded fund to hit 30 billion, 40 billion, 50 billion, 60 billion, and last week, $70 billion.
72 billion.
$72 billion in assets. I was going to say, but who's counting? I guess he's counting more than we're counting. $72 billion in assets. And I think that proved how many people wanted these exposures, but actually wanted them within their boring old whole portfolio of the capital markets. So that was that bridge strategy in terms of enabling that crossover between the two. And personally, I believe that's still just getting started. An interesting fact about IBIT that I think is quite remarkable is that of the 25 largest ETFs in the world, the youngest one, aside from IBIT, is 12 years old. IBIT is 18 months old. And I think that's a great demonstration to this ecosystem. I also think it's a great demonstration, to be candid, just everything in the world is happening faster. Everything is happening faster. And the last component of the strategy is about tokenization. And we really look at tokenization as a technology. And it's very interesting, at Investor Day that we had afterwards, during lunch, a lot of people were so energized about our BIDL tokenized liquidity fund that we have. And BIDL is technically the largest tokenized fund that exists. But it's only $3 billion. Like, this game hasn't even started yet. And we see a world where tokenized funds are going to be maybe not the default, but they're going to be a much more common option.
And why?
It's very simple. A lot of people, as the COO of BlackRock, I've easily had 100 people come in and pitch me on they have an idea to tokenize every stock and bond and how great that's going to be. And then when they leave, I go back to my day job. I look at my to-do list. My to-do list is almost infinite. And nowhere on my to-do list is like, we have a problem with stocks and bonds.
Right.
That isn't our problem. The marginal cost of another stock or bond trade at BlackRock is zero. The frictions that still exist are much more oriented towards funds. There's a legacy ecosystem that's been built over the past several decades that just has a lot of cost in it. It's slow. It doesn't scale that well. And I think that's a natural place for innovation and disruption just through technology. And tokenization, at the end of the day, is just a new technology within the wrapper that could enable better, faster, cheaper. The other component, which is why we're so excited about Biddle, and we believe it's just extremely early days, it is shocking how much friction still exists with just cash.
That's unbelievable.
It's unbelievable. And the ability to just make that also be better, faster, cheaper, I think we all know there's a lot of opportunity there. It just requires a new way of looking at the same old problem.
I'm so pleased that you've carried the entire interview by yourself and you chose to open up and talk about this. I've been dying to talk about it for years, and I want to make a couple reflections about some of what Rob said. When you talk about bringing institutional capital into the world, it's not a trade. You didn't do IBIT to raise a few $1 billion on a $10 trillion asset manager. And the thesis needs to extend well beyond just a single point in time. So I'm glad you actually articulated your three-pronged strategy, which wound up achieving its first unbelievable outcome. So that's an important thing. It also maybe helps the room understand a little bit what it means to go through the diligence process and thought process around what a partnership means to bring assets to scale, what Rob would consider the minimum standard of quality and safety to launch a series of products.
And Brett, let me spend a minute on that, because I think that maybe it may almost be more flattering to come from my mouth than yours, which is, we approached it as we started our relationship with you with regard to IBIT in particular. We approached it quite simple, which is there's a standard that we apply to all service providers at BlackRock. And why should that standard be any different for this alternate universe? And it was that simple. There's a bunch of technical things that need to be different, but like at the most basic level, that was, if we're going to put our brand on something, it should be no different. And that is the partnership that we're very appreciative of.
Thank you. Appreciate that tremendously. So in this room, I've been trying to get everyone excited, and I want the next wave of institutional capital to enter the space, and we've seen this big change to regulation that's been talked about enough, but it's created another wave of enthusiasm. So there's all these large financial institutions that are looking at BlackRock, and they're saying, wait, what? The largest asset manager in the world has the most successful ETF. They're involved in tokenized money market funds. The COO was talking about tokenization of funds broadly. What advice would you give to sort of the rest of the financial universe that are thinking about getting into this space now?
It's a great question. I think from our lens, it's what I'm going to say is going to be very simple. Executing it is extremely hard. So I recognize that. But to us, it's very basic. You basically have a new set of exposures. The real utility in Unlock is to be able to put them in the whole portfolio. And interestingly enough, I think you could turn the telescope around also and say, ultimately, how do you put these capital markets exposures in digital wallets? And how do you go? So if you think about the bridge strategy of this alternate digital asset universe and bringing it to the capital markets, I think it's naive to assume, and this doesn't have to be in a month, but if you look out over time, it's naive to assume that you don't also have to think through how do you bring the traditional capital markets to this alternative universe. And I think both connection points will define the next decade.
I couldn't agree more. And the best example of it, by the way, was the ETFs. So we got all thrown a curveball in the last minute. There were no in-kind creates. And so we were forced to try and figure out how to make old world meet new world, right? And so hopefully in the next version thereof, we're going to have more of a synthesis of those two things. So yeah, you're spot on. I agree with that. So any last thoughts about you want to leave with us in terms of what maybe next or what's to come?
The only thing I would say, well, two things. One, we're very excited, and I think that everyone has learned something through the ETP experience with regard to Bitcoin. And what the key learning, in my opinion, is how much opportunity there is to build those bridges. So that's sort of point one. And then point two, from our lens, this set of activities, this game, is extremely early innings. It is extremely early innings. There's so much more opportunity here. It's barely started yet.
Okay. So I want to end where I started, which is a thank you for your leadership. I didn't forget that you bravely went out and tried to do the ETFs with a backdrop that still wasn't all that crypto friendly, which was a spark and a catalyst that kept this industry moving forward. We won't forget that. So thank you very much, Rob. Appreciate taking the time, and thank you all.
Great. Thank you, guys.
Okay, now we're not done yet. We're not done yet. We're really close. Because it doesn't exist if you can't post it, we've got kind of a sizzle reel of today's event. So let's take a look. I am thrilled to be emceeing the 3rd annual State of Crypto.
That's kind of the nature of entrepreneurship. You have to have a contrarian idea that's right and be willing to get 99 no's for every one yes.
Okay, let's keep the energy going online and on chain. Share your experience by tagging at Coinbase, mentioning State of Crypto. You're going to receive an email following today. Please complete the survey. Give your honest feedback. Food was great. MC was awful. Whatever you want to say. The day's not over. We're going to see you at the cocktail reception in the North Concourse and on the terrace. Our on-chain charity station. Please, if you can, donate. Hugo, St. Jude, you cannot do better. If you don't want to donate, you're selfish, there's a swag station where you get free stuff as well. So whatever you're into, go to one of them. We have great swag with the F1 Aston Martin connection. And the limited edition F1 Lego. And finally, as I mentioned earlier, we have a big surprise waiting for you outside relating to our F1 partnership. Thank you, and we hope to see you next year.
Thank you.